Arameliana stared out the tall window, the rising sun cresting the distant horizon in quiet defiance of the news she had just received. She hadn't spoken since the report was delivered. She hadn't even fully acknowledged it. The silence was heavy. The implications, far graver than words could convey. And for Wenliana, the consequences would be shattering. Behind her knelt Captain Muindis, flanked by his equally exhausted lieutenant. In the captain's hands, offered with reverence and dread, was a simple leather jacket, Daniel's jacket, bearing the crest of the Stalvoltan Grand Duchy.
She couldn't speak.
The captain had relayed what he'd seen, what he'd been told. A queen, no, something stranger, ruling from an ancient, forsaken citadel, had supposedly executed Daniel for killing dragons, then handed his body to goblins.
The tale was absurd. Grotesque.
But it was the assertion of his death that suffocated her more than the details. And Wenliana, how would she endure this? After a long frozen silence, Arameliana finally asked the question she dreaded, what of his weapon? Muindis shook his head solemnly. We didn't have the standing to ask, Your Grace. She had expected no other answer. Muindis had described dragons, 5 of them, lurking on the castle's towers. 2 of them, accompanying the enigmatic Empress Hecate, each bore an egg. If Daniel had truly slain dragons, the losses were already being replaced. Arameliana took the jacket from Muindis's hands. Her fingers traced the fabric slowly, reverently. She considered retaliation, but it was foolish. Even united, their alliance had little hope of prevailing against the sheer power implied.
Still, she shook her head.
If she shared this news with Wenliana, she would lose her daughter in spirit, shattering her into a woman of vengeance, not love. Daniel had been like a son to her. The moment he agreed to the wedding, he had belonged to the family. The jacket was more than a garment, it was a symbol of trust, of welcome.
And yet, she turned it over.
Inspected every seam. Leaves, sand, a few pages of notes, Daniel's handwriting. Some scuffs on the sleeves and shoulders.
But no blood.
No gashes.
No tears. She frowned.
Did you wash this?
Muindis blinked.
Why, Your Grace? I asked, was this washed before you brought it to me?
No, Your Grace.
That's exactly how it was given to us. This is Daniel's, she said, holding it up for all to see. But this jacket shows no signs of battle.
No blood. No struggle.
A queen claims he was killed, mauled and fed to goblins, and yet, not a single drop.
Muindis swallowed.
Lady Hecate lied to your faces, Arameliana snapped. And you believed her. Muindis lowered his head. To question her now would be folly. She turned back to the window, clutching the jacket tightly. I understand your caution. You didn't wish to provoke her or her dragons. But if this is a lie, then Daniel is not dead. He's a prisoner. And if he could be rescued, then perhaps, just perhaps, Wenliana's smile could return. She spoke without turning. Do you understand why I want Daniel back?
Speak plainly. Muindis hesitated.
I assume, for his magical inventions? That is a political benefit, nothing more, she said, facing him.
Her voice softened.
I want him back for Wenliana. He is the only one who makes her truly happy. Would you help me reunite them, even if it means she never becomes Grand Duchess? The soldiers exchanged glances.
She scowled. Answer. Truthfully.
Muindis inhaled. If I may, Your Grace. I do not believe the Lady Wenliana is suited for the mantle. And I do not know how others would perceive her marrying someone like Daniel. Arameliana tilted her head.
Someone like Daniel?
Is King Rikuto not someone like Daniel? There is a difference, Your Grace, Muindis replied quietly. A difference in presence.
She sighed.
That I can agree with. He continued, I cannot see them ruling in your legacy. If Wenliana is to inherit, others may be better suited to stand beside her.
I see, Arameliana said. Thank you. Muindis bowed.
My loyalty remains unchanged. My family stands with House Stalvoltan. She waved him off absently.
Thank you.
Leave me to think.
But he didn't rise.
Your Grace, allow us to go back. Let the WYRM gaze redeem its honor. We will bring Daniel back. She hesitated, then a wave of dizziness struck her. She stumbled, clutching her chest. Muindis and his lieutenant both dropped, visibly weakened.
Her guards rushed forward. I'm fine, she gasped. Just?
I felt it too, the lieutenant murmured. What could have caused this? She muttered, alarm growing in her heart. Then, She snapped her gaze to Muindi's.
Find Wenliana. Now.
He sprinted from the room.
At the royal court.
Ahak, the new court artisan, hurried through the castle as murmurs filled the halls. Everyone was asking the same question. Did you feel it too?
At the audience chamber, she paused.
Another wave of weakness hit.
She wasn't alone.
Several others staggered or leaned against walls. The whole castle seemed affected. Inside the court, nobles murmured.
Rikuto called for order. Has this happened before? He asked. The mages conferred, uncertain. Ahak raised her voice.
I have a hypothesis. Herales nodded for her to speak. Did anyone notice magical devices failing during the event? One by one, voices confirmed, dimmed lanterns, stopped pumps, interrupted enchantments. It suppressed magic, Ahak stated. Only briefly, but clearly and powerfully. The question is, where is it coming from? Herales asked, could it be an infiltration from the demons?
Rikuto shook his head. Too wide-reaching.
If anything, it's not magic at all. Suddenly, the doors flew open. The Dawnseer stumbled in, bloodied, panting, desperate.
It's here. The black spell.
The harbingers of death. Gasps filled the court. She collapsed, clutching her head. I saw it, a terrible light, and then darkness, pain.
It's unstoppable. We're cursed. Rikuto stood. What is it?
What can we do?
Nothing, she screamed.
The end has already begun. Rikuto ordered gently, take her to rest.
Do not harm her. She needs time. Then, to the court, start investigating. Search for precedents.
Reach out to all contacts.
And above all, stay calm.
Ahak left to begin her research, heart pounding.
At Fort Peony,
Commander Laywell sipped water, watching over her troops.
The day was calm.
Repairs were nearly done. She glanced at the sunrise, and then a flash.
Not lightning. Not natural.
A blinding, sky-filling light from the west.
Then, weakness. Her knees buckled.
Soldiers dropped all around her.
And then, thunderstar.
A deep, monstrous rumble that seemed to shake the soul.
Beat to quarters, she shouted.
As orders spread, a second wave of weakness swept through the fort.
No flash this time.
Just raw, unnatural drain. She sent word to Castle Northwall. Then called for recall.
Flares launched. The teams responded. And then, the flares vanished. Snuffed out midair. Her gut turned.
Barricade the west gate. Prayer now felt more useful than weapons. At the edge of the citadel,
Rukana watched from a distance.
4 figures departed the citadel, a white dragon, a humanoid dragon, a warrior in enchanted armor, and a rare Feldrock girl.
But no Daniel. She knocked on a hostile door.
I'm looking for Daniel. The succubus inside paled.
You too. Rukana nodded.
I'm the goddess who sent him here. Shock froze the women in place. Then, a blinding light star. A tower of fire erupted in the distance. A mushroom cloud pierced the heavens. A wave of magic nullifying force followed, then thunder so loud it shook bones.
Rukana knew this horror. Not a spell. Not a curse.
But the awakening of a force from Earth, something ancient, something apocalyptic.
A nuclear weapon.
And the armored rider? It had to be Daniel. The morning sky is quiet and calm, serene in its beauty. Wisps of clouds drift lazily, heralding a gentle day, while the birds and insects of the demon wildlands hum and chirp in harmony. Far below, refugees journey eastward, fleeing their homes in the west for newly established safe zones. High above them, Daniel sits astride Ryuogriar, his eyes fixed on the awakening mountains. In their sunlight-kissed hues, he sees Earth and something more vibrant. Something magical. Hecate, sitting ahead of him, murmurs in awe, tears streaking his visor. Rainleaf silently hugs his back, her ear pressed to his chest, listening to his heartbeat. Ryuo, are you all right? Daniel asks gently, patting the dragoness's neck. Hecate calls back, interpreting for the dragon, she says she is. Thank you for asking. They near the testing zone, the most barren stretch of land identified by Zyriko. The perfect place to awaken a sleeping titan. Daniel's mind revisits Earth's Zarbamba. Though his creation is smaller, mithril casing and magical compression aim to replicate similar force. This is no weapon of war, it is a line in the sand, a last resort.
Approaching drop point, Hecate relays.
Ready, replies Rainleaf. Daniel arms the bomb, secure between Ryuogriar's claws.
They count down. 3, 2, 1, go. The bomb drops.
Ryuogriar transforms midair, catching Daniel while Hecate begins their return teleport. Within seconds, they land near Zyriko at the citadel. Barrier up.
Daniel orders.
Zyriko obliges, just in time. At 20 seconds, the horizon blinks white. A second sun rises. The clouds ignite with impossible light. A towering column of smoke, ash and fire claws into the sky, billowing into a vast mushroom cap. The shockwave follows, ripping through mountains, plains and cities. Zyriko cries out, "The barrier!" It flickered.
Daniel frowns.
The shockwave is negating magic. That wasn't expected. Even Zyriko is stunned. From this weapon? It's why I didn't want Vergraze here, he mutters. The second bomb must launch before the world realizes what he's done.
The group prepares.
Ryuogriar stretches. Hecate and Rainleaf prepare their spells. Zyriko confirms, blast radius was 26 miles. Daniel smiles faintly. That'll do. Before launch, each writes a message on the bomb: farewells, hopes, apologies. Even Zyriko adds her name. They soar into the sky again, under the shadow of the first bomb's cloud. They spot the Devourer, a spreading stain of darkness, unnatural and vast. They reach altitude. Daniel arms the bomb.
3, 2, 1, go.
They teleport seconds later, watching the sky ignite once more. The second sun rises.
Daniel readies. This time, he jumps alone.
He parachutes into the blast zone. The land is black glass and ash. Everything is quiet. He finds the glowing core, the heart of the Devourer. As he approaches, it begins to fight back.
Shadowy forms emerge.
He slashes them down with Nemasol, the sword made for him. Suddenly, time freezes.
A woman appears. Beautiful. Divine. Daniel, she breathes. I am Rukana.
I sent you here. He faces her, wary. You were never meant to fight this battle, she says. If you kill it, the energy will destroy you.
He grips his blade.
Then it's a good thing I brought this.
She pleads with him.
Please, you don't have to die. I do, he says quietly. I care about this world. And it needs me.
He steps forward.
She cries out and oh.
He strikes.
Light engulfs everything.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Rukana is trying not to make a bad situation worse. She's currently waiting patiently on the ground floor of the titanic castle known in this world as the Citadel. The three women, Trya, Gwenesphia, and Aeloan, are also with her, but she made her presence known to the magic user that spoke to her without appearing. The gods and goddesses of the divine realm uphold a system that has proven reliable for a long time. Nothing is perfect, as perfection is the domain of order, and order has always indulged chaos when it comes to all of existence. For chaos, imperfection is perfection, and it is their timeless balance that has allowed the existence of the divine realm, the worldly universe, and everything else. The system the divine realm operates is a stability agent, injecting order in worlds leaning too far into chaos, and injecting chaos into worlds suffocating under stagnating order. Life is not complete without a balance between order and chaos, just as the divine order and the divine chaos. That said, the gods and goddesses must attempt to correct the course of a world at the lowest level possible. This is achieved by several methods, but one of the most effective and reliable is to send help through means of divine summons. If the ritual is forgotten, the divine realm will sneak the knowledge back into the world. If the ritual is abused, the gods will evaluate the ritual's necessity and ignore it if need be. Direct intervention is avoided for several reasons. One reason is that countries and kingdoms where gods or goddesses make themselves known tend to become destabilizing agents and endanger the world all over again. Additionally, if the existence of gods and goddesses becomes fact, instead of belief, then a threshold to be overcome if they utilize their divine powers too much, it can leave behind residual magic in a world, which can become problematic. And while not the last scenario, it's definitely a prominent one. If a god or goddess lets their power be known, it creates a potential threshold that magic users of the world might be able to overcome, threatening the divide between the created worlds and the divine realm. That said, she suspects the Citadel already has reached that threshold, whether they realize it or not, and she doesn't want to provoke any sort of action when she only wants to speak to Daniel. Whatever the case is, he seems to be a welcome member of the Citadel. Sensing something wrong, Rukana detects a magic return spell being used, bringing individuals back to the citadel.
Did they?
Yes, they undoubtedly did.
2 in one day?
Before she can gather her thoughts, a second teleportation spell, this time sending an individual out, appears in the same relative location.
Rukana weighs her options.
Whatever is happening, if Daniel is in the middle of it, it's her fault. She can't allow him to perish now that she's so close to finding him. Rukana states to the other three, "Stay here for now. You'll be safe in the castle." Trya starts to object, but Rukana transports herself to the roof of the castle, where she finds the source of the spell, a soul-infused golem resembling an anthropomorphized Feldrock design. It's not identical to the Feldrock girl nearby who is in a humanized form, but the intent is there. And speaking of, the 2 dragons and the Feldrock that she saw with Daniel the first time they left the castle are present now, cheering as they watch the blast of another nuclear weapon from afar, the mushroom cloud of the superweapon from Earth rising above the mountains in the distance. The golem, less focused on the blast, stares at Rukana. It states with a female voice, "Be cautious with your next move." Rukana replies, "I'm here to protect Daniel. Where did you send him?"
The golem is surprised.
"What makes you think I sent him anywhere?"
"I sensed the spell.
"I need to find him and protect him." "You're not the first one to say that." "No, but I am the first goddess who accidentally sent him to this world." The golem is silent for a long time. She glances at the other 3, who have taken notice. The Feldrock girl turns angry, more directed at the golem. "Zyriko? Where is Daniel?" The shockwave slams the barrier around the citadel, threatening to negate it, and everyone flinches, save Zyriko and Rukana. Zyriko was monitoring it the whole time, and Rukana is a goddess. Rukana adds, "He is hidden in this world because of his lack of magic. It is like looking for a bead of glass in the ocean." Zyriko asks coldly, "How does something like that happen? If you truly are a goddess as you claim, are you not all-powerful?" Rukana knows how dangerous it is to ask that question. There are 2 all-powerful beings. Rukana is very much not one of them. If anything, she's more like middle management. If the divine realm is ever at threat of being destroyed or conquered, chaos and order can simply reset existence in any way they like and start again. We don't have time to discuss this at length. I am a lesser goddess, if that will explain it. I am not all-powerful, and I am not infallible. Daniel being in this world is proof of that. Ryuogriar asks as she approaches, "What do you intend to do when you find him?" "He is out of place in this world, and it is very dangerous for him. I'll return him to his home."
"You can't.
He promised he'd stay." Hecate faces the goddess aggressively, showing no deference for the supposed divine being's ethereal nature. And Rukana feels a sense of foreboding before the deceptively small being. Her true form is much larger, but it is actually the magic power that the tiny being possesses. Like the citadel, she is approaching a level of power that would already stand on par with Rukana, simply from absorbing the energy around her from the enemies defeated in her presence. Regardless of what you believe, I must find him and speak to him.
I must atone."
Zyriko shakes her head. "I was given explicit orders by my master. I will not send anyone." After only a moment, Rainleaf is the one that states, "The Devourer. You sent him to the Devourer."
"What?" snaps Hecate.
She glares at Zyriko, who gives nothing. The second shockwave slams the barrier, causing a deep hum and crackle on its surface, but the barrier holds. Rukana looks at the mushroom cloud.
"So that's it.
That's why the Demon Queen met with you." She looks at Zyriko. "She wasn't the real threat." Zyriko retorts coldly, "You seem to not be very omniscient." The goddess looks at the golem. "Do you truly believe Daniel can survive what you let him go up against?" Zyriko nods confidently. "Without a doubt in my mind."
Rukana is silent.
She can easily sense the being that is clinging to life in the distance, precisely where a devastating alien weapon was just unleashed, scattering the immense amount of divine energy around itself from the initial blast. She states coldly, "The difference between us is this." She looks directly at each of them. "Daniel and I don't belong in this world." With that, Rukana vanishes from the citadel. She arrives in an area stifled with magical energy as dust and smoke swirl in the elegant dance of destruction that follows the crescendo of doomsday. Daniel brought forth one of the worst weapons to ever exist, and one of the most powerful. Only a handful of worlds have ever been destroyed by a weapon, and most of those pulled a planet or gigantic asteroid into the target. Daniel's weapon is made of a world's trinkets and dust, in the grand scheme of things, and summons the gaze of chaos herself. The air around her is surprisingly quiet and calm, following the blast that cratered this world.
There, she finds him.
Daniel, armored in metal belonging only to this world, facing off in battle against a presence even the gods have taken notice of. Though misinterpreted as the woman who has become Demon Queen, this creature known as the Devourer has become a destabilizing agent for this world, and it had to be stopped by the divine realm. Although it wasn't the specific reason the kingdom of Mornisti performed the divine summoning ritual, it is the reason the divine realm chose to accommodate the summoning, in preparation for the inevitable confrontation with the Devourer. Everything else was supposed to play out on its own. Daniel was the only anomaly. To her horror, though, even when she stops time, even when she explains to him, he resists. Something on his person, the armor that reacts with magical energy, or the sword that flares and crackles in response to her attempts to evacuate him from the area, something is resisting her. Daniel asks softly after refusing to hear her explanation, "Why would you stop me now? I'm just one person."
Because
You were never supposed to be dragged into this. You shouldn't have to give your life for this world. Not when it was my mistake. His gaze, hidden by his magic helmet bestowed upon him from this present world, locks with hers. She can feel his very soul's determination. She silently begs him to yield and retreat before something irrevocable takes place.
Still, he doesn't yield.
His voice comes from his helmet, soft and gentle.
"My lady goddess Rukana."
I don't see it as a mistake. She is able to cock her head, and that's all the time it takes for him to make his move. He lunges for the Devourer, swinging his sword with all of his strength. Rukana cries out in a futile effort, "No!" The sword, flaring with magical power as if it were on fire with a rainbow of black, blue, purple, red and green flames, cleaves through the core of the Devourer, frozen by Rukana's power. The attack breaks the energy within the soul of the mutated and corrupted Feldrock, held together as a magical core of energy, and even in its reduced state, exceeds Rukana's power as its own containment breaks.
She will survive.
Her presence in this world is but a copy of her true consciousness, which resides in the divine realm. Even as the destruction takes place, she will simply continue to be present until she chooses not to be. Daniel is merely a human from a world with no magic, armored with a metal from the world he's in, but in no real way protected from what is to come. He might as well have attempted to survive his own nuclear weapon. Even if the armor and sword resist the heat and energy, the impact would pulverize Daniel in an instant. The core of the creature known as the Devourer is its soul-given physical form. As such, in form, it is amorphous, like flowing liquid energy, glowing brightly and swirling in a fluid-like motion as it floats. Following Daniel's slash, the core solidifies, cracking like a sphere of glass split in two with a clean break. As the core dies, it begins to crack and crumble before their eyes. Rukana's power is failing to contain it. Daniel, seeming to desire reassurance, swings his sword again in a fluid motion. The core crumbles even further, spider cracks appearing all across the liquid-like core as crackling and crunching fills the air around them.
Daniel. It's okay.
I accept my fate. If I can die saving a world, what greater purpose could I attain? The cracks widen, and the energy flares. Both Rukana and Daniel flinch. She's trying to contain it, and it's taking all of her power just to keep it from annihilating Daniel in one swift motion. There is nowhere to escape to.
Daniel.
Throw down your sword. I can still save you. As the energy breaks, and time begins to move again, the black substance forming the Devourer's corrupted form tries one last time to fight back. It spears towards the goddess, a source of pure and powerful divine energy in a condensed and easy-to-capture point. Just as quickly, Daniel intercepts the black spear. He is no elegant swordsman, nor an awakened mage suddenly finding talent. He throws his weight behind a sword that can stand against gods and titans, swinging it with all of the strength his otherwise average body can manage. It explodes with magic, shattering the black spear before it can reach Rukana, and her recoil from the attack drops her focus. The energy from the core begins to flare outwards, engulfing them both in bright light.
Rukana calls out, "Daniel. I swear.
I'll protect your soul. Please don't give in." She can't see him, and she can't feel his presence. She'll need to return to the divine realm and try to intercept his soul before it is reprocessed. If she can convince Chaos that Daniel served far above his calling and purpose, perhaps he can be reincarnated or even restored. But then, Chaos isn't known for benevolence or generosity. She is known for whims and change. Similarly, Order knows not pity nor mercy. Death is a return to fundamental order, and Order herself oversees the cleansing of souls once they move on from life. Rukana can do nothing but hope she can make it up to Daniel when it's all said and done.
Daniel.
A second voice calls out his name from somewhere in the light, and all at once, the light fades. There is energy rushing by, and Daniel is in a kneel, barely surviving in the wake of the energy being carved by the strange and mysteriously powerful sword he managed to get his hands on. And then, the current of the energy begins to flow in the opposite direction, swirling the ash and dust of the ground. Daniel coughs as he relaxes his low guard, observing his surroundings. He looks over his shoulder and sees Rukana, and he nods at her. However, her own gaze is focused on the source of the new phenomenon. A small girl with big black fox-like ears and a bushy black tail is standing with her hands held out, pulling the energy into a concentrated mass into her own body. She's actively absorbing everything about the devourer, as is her born gift. "Daniel!" calls out the small girl. Her voice wavers this time, and she seems to be struggling as the energy crowds into her small body. Daniel climbs quickly to his feet, stumbling through the torrent of energy and debris blowing all around.
Hecate.
"What are you dash?
Daniel. Why you promised.
You." Tears are flowing from her eyes and she whimpers, straining against the intake of magical power. But that's not why her heart ails her.
She chokes out, "Daniel.
"I need you. I love you.
Please. Say it once.
Say you love me. Don't go, please don't go." Hecate's body begins to twist and darken as magical energy begins to illuminate from beneath her skin, and her eyes glow, amplifying the glisten of her tears. She is absorbing the magical energy that accumulated and corrupted the devourer, and it is threatening to do the same to her. After only a second's hesitation, Daniel drops to a kneel, hugging the girl, even in spite of the power swirling around her and actively corrupting her. He murmurs, "Hecate, I do love you."
"Ah, really?" "Of course.
I just was trying to protect your home." She wraps her arms around him, crying into his shoulder, "You stupid dummy. I have no home if you aren't with me." She begins sobbing, and Daniel holds her for a long time. Slowly, the glow fades, and Hecate clings to Daniel. Just that revelation alone seems to have stemmed the fury of the terrifying power, easing down as the energy fades. What the three are left in is a wasteland, cratered deeply by Daniel's crudely made nuclear bomb, with Daniel now cradling Hecate, who saved him at the last second from the magic energy of the devourer from annihilating everything all over again, namely, Daniel himself. She's whimpering and crying, gripping his armor for all she's worth. After a moment, Daniel picks up his sword, still managing to cradle Hecate, and he stands up, facing Rukana. She watches him for a moment. In simple terms, she is surprised. She can't believe it. Hecate absorbed most, if not all of the energy of the devourer, and she managed to keep her form stable. "Now, Lady Goddess, I wouldn't guess myself so heretical or impudent as to insult a goddess intentionally, but I think we should return to the citadel before we continue talking. That sword will stop interfering when I put it away. But I'm not sure I trust you." Rukana knows that he's being suspicious for any of several reasons. He doesn't believe she's a goddess, she could be an evil goddess from his perspective, or he could be beholden to this world after all the time he has spent trapped in it.
"Very well. Then I will go first."
With that, Rukana transports herself, though she keeps her gaze on him, so as to not lose him again. He doesn't move immediately, likely speaking privately to Hecate, but after a moment, they too return to the citadel, where they are greeted by Zyriko, Ryuogriar, and Rainleaf. Daniel's boots barely touch the return circle when he's pounced on and knocked to the ground with Hecate by Ryuogriar and Rainleaf crowding him. He chuckles, saying warmly, "I haven't even made my report yet." Ryuogriar is the most dignified of the three, saying with a smile, "Magic leaves a strong fingerprint on the world, Master. It is easy to detect when one powerful life disappears." She pets his cheek affectionately. "A pity yours is the only power that cannot be detected, Master." A regal voice asks a little coolly, "Master, is it Daniel?" Daniel looks at Rukana, retorting, "I've tried. They don't listen." The three chuckle together, but Hecate suddenly states, "Zyriko, get rid of her. She's trying to steal Daniel away." Zyriko replies in an icy tone, though mostly for humor. "You say that about every woman, Hecate."
"No.
I say they're trying to seduce him. She's trying to steal him."
Rukana sighs.
She looks at Daniel for help. He acknowledges her silent plea with a nod, gently coaxing the three to let him rise back up to his feet. Hecate lets him up, but she clings to his armor's belt, ensuring that he can't be spirited away if she has anything to say about it. "I won't let you take him. I don't care who you claim to be." "I have told more people than I should who and what I am," replies the goddess calmly. "I fear my mistake is already the death of my authority. Daniel, as I said before, I am very sorry." Daniel shifts a little, looking at those gathered around him. They stare back at him with nervous expressions. He smiles softly, replying, "My lady goddess, as I said, I don't view it as a mistake. If you or the gods or goddesses you work for believe I have been wronged, I assure you, I couldn't ask for a more satisfying life." Hecate grins, her eyes watering. She takes his hand, and he grips hers gently. Rukana ponders for a moment. The situation is unprecedented, but she isn't sure what she can do.
Daniel,
You weren't chosen by the process. Divine summons are chosen carefully, and they must consent.
Daniel cocks his head. Oh, well,
I consent now, if that means anything.
was Rikuto?
She nods to confirm his suspicion. He was chosen, and I briefed him.
Though
I admittedly misinterpreted the threat. The demon queen that you spoke to not long ago. I don't believe she's a threat to this world. She's the one that told me about the devourer. Daniel withdraws an item from a belt pouch, handing it to Zyriko. I captured what I could, as you instructed. I imagine we'll need more than a few revival potations for there to be hope. Zyriko nods, saying softly, "Thank you, Moss."
Daniel,
He smirks and declares gently, "I'm back, Zyriko."
as promised. I noticed.
Her voice is tender and soft, and grateful. The goddess may be deceptive, Daniel. She brought 3 outsiders with her, speaking Imperial Common.
Easterners?
All the way here? More Stalvoltan soldiers.
No.
They bear no sigils. Rukana states, "I met them in my search for you, Daniel. They, too, were looking for you." He nods as he listens, though it is peculiar. I haven't made efforts to be found. Wasn't anyone in this world I wanted finding me, other than the people here. Hecate waves her hand at Rukana as if to shoo her away.
Rukana smiles. Daniel,
My mistake cannot be overlooked, and there is a contract, a way it is supposed to work. Upon meeting the completion conditions for which you were summoned.
a wish is to be granted.
I don't know if I can give you your rightful reward.
Daniel shrugs. Okay.
There's an awkward pause, and Rukana cocks her head.
Okay?
Yep, confirms Daniel with a chipper tone. Can't hold it against you if you never made me any promises, right?
Job's done. World safe.
If I can stay here, I don't have anything specific to wish for that wouldn't feel wrong. What of your family on Earth?
Your friends.
Daniel looks away for a moment. He shrugs again, saying softly, "Didn't have anyone to lose. Terrible at keeping friends, and my family was gone. Figured that was why I was summoned." He chuckles, looking at Hecate when she brushes her head against his arm, trying to comfort him. Kind of funny to think I was summoned by accident. He looks at Rukana, saying warmly, "If you haven't already, then I'm sure you can happily report this world safe and your summons alive and well, yes? I recall a conversation with you before. Rikuto is working to stabilize the kingdoms, and I went hunting for the threat directly."
Rukana cocks her head.
You would have me a goddess, lie? Daniel rocks his head back and forth, teetering on the line between ethical and unethical. A lie is a strong way to put it. The truthful sequence of events was in an abnormal order.
That's all.
No one has to lose. The goddess is left speechless for a moment.
She sighs.
I must and will confess my mistake. Something abnormal occurred that I did not sense or witness. If it wasn't entirely my own negligence, then we will need to ensure it doesn't happen again. Daniel nods understandingly.
I understand.
If there's anything I need to do, I'll be here, most likely. Or, someone will be here who knows where I am. She smiles and speaks softly, I see. If you wish to return home. Daniel can feel all 3 of the others crowd him, and Zyriko looks at him subtly.
He smiles. I am home, my lady goddess.
I have nowhere in any world I'd rather be right now. This causes Ryuogriar, Rainleaf, and Hecate to smile. Rukana smiles as well.
I see.
Well then, I shall say farewell for now, Daniel ladies. I suspect you will hear from me again once I've spoken to, well, my colleagues. Daniel bows respectfully.
Farewell, Rukana.
And thank you. Her smile turns more tender, and she fades away as she leaves the world of Zencon. Daniel sighs, relaxing a bit. That is, until Zyriko reminds him. Daniel, there is still the matter of your visitors.
Ah. Right. That. Hecate.
She grins, pumping her fist. Leave it to me, Daniel. I'll shoo anyone away. Especially other women. Ryuogriar teases, you give your best effort at least.
Shush you.
If I really wanted you gone, you'd be gone. Vile Daniel stealer. Daniel pushes Hecate gently by the back to urge her to head for the audience chamber, rather than getting distracted with Ryuogriar. Ryuogriar informs him, "We shall join you too shortly, master." Rainleaf nods in agreement, adding softly, "And then we can all celebrate our victory." Sounds good to me. Daniel puts his helmet back on, following Hecate as she heads to the audience chamber, and Zyriko follows alongside Daniel. The caretaker of the citadel remarks, "They have been waiting patiently, master, though 2 of them are armed." Anything dangerous?
No.
Not unless they get close, master.
Good.
I'll try to stay alive. They make it to the audience chamber, and just as before, Hecate takes her seat on the throne, while Zyriko and Daniel stand on either side slightly behind her. Zyriko then has servant golems allow the visitors in. Daniel has been in this world for a fair bit over one of this world's especially long years, and he has learned and seen and done a lot of things. He scraped by through his modern knowledge, as well as by keeping his head down and staying as invisible as possible to as many people as possible, not always successfully. He bore no grudges against anyone, but he also expected no loyalty or kindness from them. So when Zyriko first mentioned visitors, he never expected a goddess, nor the 3 individuals who stand before Hecate now. As before, he's wearing his armor, so they can't tell who he is. For his part though, he easily recognizes Lieutenant Gwenesphia, Sergeant Tria, and the succubus Aeloan. The 3 approach and kneel, with Aeloan greeting Hecate on their behalf. "Greetings, gracious Lady Hecate, ruler of the citadel and fair maiden of the south." Hecate hums in approval at being addressed so respectfully, and she rocks in her throne eagerly. "Greetings be to you as well, my fellow ladies. Please feel free to praise me more." Aeloan rolls with it gracefully, replying warmly, "To think your beauty has yet to become a legend all across the world is a crime of the highest order, your grace. And your strength and wisdom must be limitless in order to have claimed dominion over the citadel." Hecate replies, "Believe it or not, it was a gift. My darling defeated the feral Feldrock, and he gifted the citadel to me." She gestures over her shoulder at Daniel, who remains motionless, observing, but ensuring to show minimal interest, as a guard might. Aeloan replies with a quaint smile, "Your darling must truly be strong, my lady Hecate."
Hecate nods proudly.
No one in this world is stronger. You may be envious, but you can't have him. Aeloan smiles gently.
I appreciate it, my lady.
However, my heart belongs to another already.
Hecate smiles. Good. Then, we can be friends for now.
So, my new friends, what brings you to my citadel? Aeloan replies gently, "My lady, the companions I have made recently assure me that the trail for my beloved leads to this castle." Hecate cocks her head, her gaze narrowing a little.
You don't say.
"And who, might I ask, do you seek? What is the name of your beloved?"
"Daniel, my lady." "Daniel?"
"You mean the harbinger of calamity." Aeloan twitches a little, asking, "You know of him, my lady?" It is this moment when Ryuogriar chooses to enter once more.
"Indeed.
We are intimately familiar with Daniel, the harbinger of calamity, the Feldrock sorcerer." She turns her tone and gaze darker, "the otherworlders summon." This causes all 3 of the visitors to shift uncomfortably. It's clear that Aeloan recognizes Ryuogriar, either from her magical power, her horns and tail, or her color scheme coupled with the shimmering and beautiful egg that she's holding in her arms, while Rainleaf walks up behind her and to her side as well, also carrying her egg. Ryuogriar adds, "He is a dragon slayer, and he invaded my lady's castle in order to slay our kin. We barely escaped with our lives." Daniel twitches at the 3rd dragon's voice, Gyrahole, as she enters and stops alongside him, as opposed to on the far side of Hecate from him. Gyrahole stands proudly, looking down on the visitors. "We expended many potations to save our race. Perhaps you would like to accept the expense of replacing what he cost us." Aeloan stammers, and Gwenesphia finally speaks, "Your grace, my ladies, Daniel acted only to defend people he cared about. I do not believe him to be a murderer or assassin." Hecate asks a little coldly, "You seek this Daniel as well?" Gwen confirms with a nod. "Yes, your grace. He was a soldier on our fortress, a comrade. He did not provoke your people. He was attacked and defended himself. But regrettably he was mistreated by ours, as well. So, he took it upon himself to stop the war, it seems. If you could direct us to him." "Do you intend to arrest him and take him back?" asks Hecate pointedly. Gwenesphia hesitates a moment, glancing at Tria beside her. She replies, "We intend to take him back, Your Grace. We are willing to negotiate for his life." Gyrahol retorts, "The debt he owns includes many lives, and you seek to merely take him back to your base? Are we to believe that justice will be done?" Gwenesphia is silent as well. She offers gently, "He is important to me personally. I want to bring him back for me. I understand your anger, but he was attacked first. Please understand, he's not a cruel person. It is why I care so deeply for him. He is kind, more intelligent and brave than he lets on, and he always does his best to help people, even when they don't deserve it." Hecate growls, "So, you're in love with him, are you?" Gwen looks down, and after a moment, she silently nods. "Without a doubt, Your Grace." She glares at Aeloan, "And you?" Aeloan nods softly. "Yes, my lady. I too have fallen for Daniel." The young Feldrock girl sucks her teeth, turning her scowl on Tria, who is the only one who hasn't said anything yet, and her own expression is serious and seemingly unshakable. "What about you? Are you in love with Daniel?" Tria is silent for a moment, staring back at Hecate. The intense gaze causes Hecate's glare to narrow. Suddenly, still without a word, Tria stands up. She walks without hesitation towards the steps. Everyone watches her with disbelief, and the entire moment is awkward. Tria ascends the stairs, walking directly towards the knight referred to as Hecate's darling. Gyrahol is the first to growl, "You impudent little." Without warning, as she stops in front of Daniel, Tria's expression wavers finally, and she sucker punches Daniel in the abdomen. He coughs and grunts, and Gwenesphia and Aeloan gasp, as Hecate and Ryuogriar cock their heads in absolute disbelief. Daniel himself is stunned, since he can't figure out what she's doing. She stares into the face of his helmet, and her eyes begin watering. Tria stands before the armored knight wearing metal plate that seems to change colors depending on the magical energy around him. In spite of the powerful being standing all around, she was able to walk directly up to him and punch him in the abdomen, expressing herself in the only way she knows how, lashing out when she's upset. She can feel his gaze fall on her after he coughs, and she stares into where his eyes would be. Her own eyes water, and she growls, "You stupid idiot," she sniffles, wiping her eyes. "Do I know you, miss?" She bares her teeth a little, but she knows what he's doing. She knows he hasn't forgotten her. She whimpers, "I told you. I owe you. I have to repay you. So why didn't you come back? You could have come back." I would have. I missed. I want." She leaned her forehead against his chest, trying to resist her tears. She whispered, "We finally found you. I don't know why you're here, but I won't let you go again." Hecate is now standing on her throne, facing Tria angrily. "You vile lecher. You would dare try to seduce my darling in my own audience chamber?" Ryuogriar retorts dryly and coldly, as if anywhere else is preferable. "Shush. You." Hecate hops down, startling Gwenesphia and Aeloan, who hasn't figured it out yet. The young Feldrock girl storms over to Daniel and Tria, shoving her way in between them. "He's my darling, and you can't have him. Go find your Daniel somewhere else." Tria replied fearlessly, "He's right here. Your darling is Daniel, human sorcerer with no magic from another world. And what makes you think my darling would be the slayer of dragons? Doesn't that sound?" "2 reasons. I'm still alive," and she glares into Daniel's eyes. "I can smell him." Her tail is swishing back and forth in slight irritation, but also in such a manner that draws attention to it. "Smell? Perhaps, my darling killed your Daniel. Did you think of that?" Tria ignores Hecate, speaking directly to Daniel. "Daniel, I just want to understand. What did you do? How did you conquer this place? Why are you allied with dragons now?" Gyrahol snarls, "I would never be allied to a random vile human who murders dragons." Tria looks at her, and Hecate whines, "Hey! Did you ignore me?" Tria adds, "You choose your words rather peculiarly. Especially given that you bother to speak my language. Daniel's smell is on all of you. Did you all kill him?" She looks at Daniel again. "That spell you unleashed earlier. What were you fighting? Was it the Demon Queen?" Daniel looks at Ryuogriar for a moment, and then Gwen and Aeloan, and finally Tria. He finally replies for himself, "No. It's a somewhat long story, but the quick version is, it was a monster that was devouring this world an acre at a time, and the Demon Queen was forced away, losing all of the demonkin against invading eastward. I don't think she's the enemy of the East." Tria sighs. "I believe you, Daniel. Now, Take off that stupid helmet. Armor doesn't suit you.
He scoffs.
It wasn't about appearances. Well, I'm not here to kill you. Hecate growls, you're not here for anything. I won't let him leave. Daniel puts his hand on her head, and she twitches, waving her big bushy fox tail back and forth contentedly. He says gently, it's all right. Trya figured it out. It was my fault. He looks at Ryuogriar and Rainleaf, saying gently, they're friends of mine. Please treat them well. Ryuogriar smiles and nods, and Rainleaf nods as well. Sergeant, this is Hecate Ryoof. She punches him again, growling, You just said we were friends, Daniel. He looks at her, confused. He sighs when he figures it out. Trya, this is Hecate Ryuogriar, Rainleaf, Gyrahole, and Zyriko. Gyrahole huffs, if she is your friend, you should have known better, Daniel. Daniel agrees warmly.
You're right, Gyra.
Thank you for trying to cover for me. She huffs and circles around to stand with the other two dragons. I was doing what Ryuo said. That's all. Trya says politely, it's my pleasure to meet you all. I'm Trya, and they are Gwenesphia and Aeloan. Gwen and I served with Daniel at Fort Peony, and he saved our lives from the Red Dragon. Aeloan met him after. Aeloan and Gwen both stand up, approaching the stairs to the throne platform the rest of them are on. Gwen asks, are you really Daniel? Trya sighs, retorting, it's obvious, Gwen. You can't tell. Gwen seems to sniff the air a little, and she shakes her head. Trya states, well, it was obvious to me. Maybe you just forgot. She looks at Daniel, and his helmet is hiding his expression, but she can feel his gaze silently keeping his thoughts to himself. She whines, what? Why are you staring at me? No reason. Daniel takes his helmet off, and Aeloan and Gwenesphia gasp. Hecate points at them, saying haughtily, you stay away from him. He's my husband, and I won't share.
Not with anyone.
Trya asks him, is that true? Daniel chuckles, petting Hecate's head. I wouldn't be here without Hecate. But we're not married. The betrayed young Feldrock gasps, Daniel? How could you?
Tell the truth.
They don't need to know that. Didn't you just say the truthful events are out of order?
He chuckles. I did.
And none have taken place yet, have they? She huffs, staring at him with her mouth agape, and Ryuogriar and Rainleaf chuckle, causing Hecate to glare at them for a moment. Trya asks as Gwenesphia and Aeloan cautiously climb the stairs, Daniel, what is your relationship to these women? Gyrahole retorts sharply, and what business is it of yours? It's my business because I am indebted to him, and I intend to protect him in whatever way I can.
Gwenesphia asks, Trya, are you quiet?
Daniel, answer me. Gwenesphia is shocked by Trya's sharp response to her, and Daniel looks at each of them for a moment. He replies, I met Hecate when I found the citadel. We worked together to conquer it. Hecate adds proudly, we slept together, and we fought together. Closer than anyone in the world. And his staff can kill anything. And if it can't, then his Godsmiter will. Daniel remains fairly humble about it, in spite of things. I was fortunate enough to be able to defeat the feral Feldrock that was residing here with my dragon-slaying staff. Afterwards, the dragons attempted to invade, and I defeated them, reviving as many as I could. Gyrahole looks away for a moment, crossing her arms. You haven't earned my forgiveness yet, Daniel. Ryuogriar teases her as she pets her egg, don't worry, Daniel. The opposite of love is not anger nor hate. She's just being shy. I am not. Daniel adds, with Zyriko's help, we were able to recover the dragons and cure them of a curse that had drastically reduced their offspring, keeping their population small. Trya studies Ryuogriar's egg for a moment, and Hecate growls, don't get any ideas, kitty lady. Trya blushes, looking at her, stammering as she tries to defend herself.
Ideas? What ideas?
Daniel's just. She growls in frustration, finally saying sternly and confidently, that is Daniel's choice, not yours. And I have much to repay him for. Before a fight can begin, Zyriko steps up. If I may, we recently repelled some soldiers from the Stalvalten Grand Duchy who came looking for Daniel as well. Peacefully, of course, with the same cover we attempted on you. Why come to retrieve Daniel now? Could it be an interest in the citadel? She is a little cold towards the end, clearly implying that she doesn't trust anyone new. Aeloan replies, I never wanted to part from Daniel. Of course, He clearly lied to me when he claimed he was attracted to men. She grins at him, and he shrugs. I kept my promise though. The Dragon Lord is dead. He's the only dragon I won't be reviving, even once we have enough potations. Aeloan nods softly. Gwenesphia adds, I didn't want to leave him either. He tricked me so he could stay behind to defend Fort Peony by himself. Tria adds, that reminds me, she spears herself into Daniel, pinning him to the ground, shocking the others, including Gwen and Aeloan. She pins his arms to the ground, growling before they can stop her, you pinned me down and forced me to leave you by force. Don't think I've forgiven that. You're still alive, aren't you? She frees his hands to hit his chest.
That's not the point.
And why didn't you wait for us to return? Or why didn't you come to Northwall? Aeloan replies softly, I'm glad he didn't.
Tria sighs.
She lays down on his chest, murmuring gently, Daniel, I'm staying with you from now on.
Don't object.
And don't do that to me again.
Hecate hums in irritation.
Daniel replies gently, Tria, I'm staying here with Hecate and the others. I promised them I would. Tria nods in understanding. Without hesitation, she looks up from her position pinning Daniel to the ground at the young Feldrock girl, Lady Hecate, please allow me to live here with you and Daniel. I'll work, I'll stand watch, and I'll cook and clean. Whatever you would have me do. Hecate is surprised, looking at Daniel for a moment. It's clear that she didn't expect a request. And given that she was once a slave herself, she has no idea how to actually deal with a polite request from someone other than Daniel. She crosses her arms, retorting, you must think me a fool. You just want to be able to try to sneak off with him.
Tria shakes her head. No. I want to be with him.
I won't do anything dishonorable. She sits back on his waist a little, slumping her posture as she looks at him. I already did enough of that. Daniel smiles at her, and he sympathizes with a nod. I tried telling you the books are square. She sighs in disgust, turning her gaze back to Hecate.
Please, Lady Hecate.
I won't steal Daniel, but I want to be near him. Hecate fidgets, squirming as she ponders. She's not a cruel person by nature. Haughty, a bit selfish and prideful, but far from cruel.
She mumbles, fine. You can stay.
But he's my husband, and my darling.
And you.
She points at Daniel. You better be extra grateful to me, Daniel. I don't have to be nice to all of your mistresses.
Daniel chuckles.
No one here is my mistress, Hecate. Zyriko asks as Daniel sits up, Daniel, should we prepare for more of your former allies to come here?
I don't know.
I'm surprised anyone still thought I was alive. Gwenesphia approaches, murmuring, we knew you had to have defeated the dragon. It's just, we weren't sure where you would go afterwards. We got this far because we followed the rumors. Aeloan asks softly, did you really befriend the dragons, Daniel? Ryuogriar grins, and Rainleaf blushes. Gyrahole huffs and is about to answer, but Ryuogriar says warmly, he enslaved us. We're his war brides, spoils of war. Daniel sighs in disgust as she snickers, and Aeloan frowns. She retorts, Daniel doesn't take war brides. He doesn't need one. Insists Hecate with a fiery tone.
He has me.
Why he keeps collecting mistresses, I'll never know. You just accepted Tria's request.
Of course.
Mistresses are no threat to me, so long as Daniel spoils me rotten. And now, I could defeat anyone who tries to steal him. Tria stands up to confront Aeloan, but Gwenesphia asks, Lady Hecate, may I also remain here with Daniel? I don't have much to lose back home, and if the war is over.
Daniel.
A strong feminine voice calls out as the audience doors fling open. Everyone turns, and Aeloan gasps. She's the only one of the three visiting to recognize who is jogging in, panting. Zyriko states, Daniel, you have a visitor.
He chuckles. I see that.
He climbs to his feet, asking as Vergraze comes to a stop, studying the large group in the audience chamber. What can I do for you, your majesty? Tria and Gwenesphia gasp this time, and they do a double-take, no doubt piecing together who they're looking at. You lied to me. She storms up the stairs, and everyone watches as she confronts Daniel. I had a somewhat good reason. I don't care why. I probably understand. She drops to her knees as her legs seem to suddenly give out. Daniel reacts too slowly to catch her, and he crouches in front of her, making sure she's okay.
It's gone.
You actually did it. Dee did what? Asks Gwenesphia softly. Vergraze glances at her, simply observing the new acquaintance that she doesn't recognize. Overall, her mind is baffled and exhausted from stress, but finally feeling relief after a long time. He destroyed the Devourer. A monster consuming the world. Daniel asks diplomatically, "You're sure it's gone?" "I was pretty sure myself, but I can't detect magic." She nods with a bewildered expression. The only traces reside in her. She points at Hecate, which fits the sequence of events. He smiles, patting her shoulder. "Great. Then, I guess you can begin migrating back west as soon as possible, right?" Her head nods as her eyes stare with a distant gaze. I never thought it would be defeated." Ryuogriar, holding her egg, steps closer. She sinks carefully to a kneel. "When Daniel first spoke to me, I noticed several things that gave me faith. He spoke respectfully, even from a position of power. He rejected power for power's sake. And he made a promise that he quickly kept." Vergraze listens respectfully and nods along. She says softly, "I didn't mean to doubt you."
He scoffs.
"I'd have doubted me too. And I have one request." She instantly looks into his eyes.
Anything.
"Name it, and it shall be yours. Wealth, land, my life and soul. Nothing so dramatic. I want you to spread the story that someone fictional defeated the Devourer."
Fictional? She asks.
It also surprises the others. He confirms with a nod.
Yes.
As it stands, the only ones who know are the people in this room and the other dragons, most of whom don't really know who I am. I know you'll need to talk about what happened. Exaggerate it and change the name to something that doesn't tie to any of us. The kind of attention that spell can attract is the wrong kind of attention.
She nods once more, still bewildered.
It's highly likely that she witnessed some sign of the blast, either the flash, the glow, the mushroom cloud, or the shockwave itself. It could even be the magic interference wave, if the pressure wave was too weak by that time. She offers, "Daniel. If chosen protectors could be taught."
No. Never.
But
Absolutely not.
don't ever ask about it again. Forget that it exists. Let it fade into memory. There should never be another threat of that magnitude again. My purpose was fulfilled. Even if it was unintended.
She looks at him, thinking.
It's true. What they saw was a devastating power that was terrifying. That anyone can wield it to begin with is difficult to believe and easier to write off as illusion or hallucination. Even dragons, as powerful as they are, likely couldn't cause so much instantaneous destruction. In fact, all of the dragons combined, along with the combined might of the demonkin, were unable to even slow the Devourer meaningfully. Hecate adds seriously, Daniel didn't even want to do it in the first place. He was afraid of how it could hurt the future. The secret will die with him. Ryuogriar, Rainleaf, and Gyrahole nod in agreement. Zyriko adds, it is quite possible that the Devourer was a Feldrock who lost control of its power due to the extermination of the Feldrocks. Ryuogriar nods to that as well. Yes, I fear that may be the case. As such, it falls on us not to learn Daniel's secret, but the obvious lesson the past should teach us. Such petty conquests nearly destroyed the world, all for power that would have died when the Devourer came for the Citadel under the Dragon Lord. We only have a future not filled with evacuation thanks to Daniel. We all should have stopped our former lord. Vergraze adds softly, yes, perhaps. She sighs and nods, unable to refute the idea in any way.
Daniel.
I will keep your involvement secret if that is truly what you wish. However, for the act of saving the world, it is insufficient to serve as payment. Surely, there must be something you desire.
He chuckles.
I got a bunch of friends and family, a cool castle, and the honor of saving the world. To ask for more would be atrociously greedy.
She sighs. Very well.
I will come up with something myself. Of course, the offer to claim me is dash. Hecate hisses fiercely, clamoring and shouting to overtalk her.
Gra. Ah. No. Nope. No. Find your own. Daniel's mine.
She hugs Daniel, adding, we don't need anything else. Daniel suddenly says, actually, there is one thing. I don't know how to go about it, but de-escalate the war.
That's what I want.
If it becomes impossible, we'll get involved and try to talk them out of continuing the war, now that you no longer need the East, correct? She confirms earnestly.
Yes. Of course.
I wouldn't dream of that being payment for your deeds, as it was my goal all along. But, we have tried diplomacy before. Why you have? Asks Trya, surprised. Vergraze nods grimly.
Yes.
Desperately so. But we were being forced east, and the Easterners were refusing to help us. I had no choice but to begin invading. The Eastern kingdoms once included much of the land on this side of the mountains, but it was enough to hold us for the last couple of years. Only until recently was the Devourer encroaching on refugee villages in the west, meaning, we were going to have to move again. But because Daniel and his party destroyed the Devourer before it could destroy those lands, we won't have to push any further.
She looks at Daniel.
Daniel, I fear my words alone won't be enough at this point. I don't think they'll push west anytime soon. But if words won't suffice, even with me, then we'll go the intimidation route.
I know people.
Ryuogriar asks innocently, who do you know more frightening than any of us, master? He looks directly at her with a slightly stunned expression. Should I correct myself to I know some dragons? She blushes, and Rainleaf giggles, hiding her own cheeks in the collar of her mantle. Gyrahole becomes indignant, retorting, do you think we're performing fools for your amusement, Daniel? I'd be asking nicely in this hypothetical, Gyra. You'd get to flex your power for a good cause, ending a war as peacefully as possible. But first, Your Majesty Vergraze, we'll need at least one more revival potation, just in case. I won't take any chances with anyone under my care. The Demon Queen nods in agreement. I have my best brewers working on more. She blushes as she looks away. This will sound extremely rude, but you no longer need dragons as desperately as before. Ryuogriar fills in for the awkward pause. Vergraze nods hesitantly, ashamed of the truth. Daniel offers diplomatically, there are males and females among the lesser dragons, and I think the 3 greater dragons, the Lord, his brother and the Green Sage, are too aggressive to allow to live.
That's my opinion.
With the males of the lesser dragons, the race can continue. If a greater dragon's son is born of these 3, then strong bloodlines can rise again. Ryuogriar and Rainleaf both smile affectionately as they hug their eggs close. Gyrahole blushes, looking away as she somewhat sheepishly tries to hide her belly. Hecate boisterously says, and when Daniel and I have children, Feldrox will rise even stronger.
Ha 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 ha.
Vergraze seems to realize something. Daniel, that reminds me. If you haven't revived any of the 3 dragons you mentioned.
Those eggs.
They were laid by the dragons holding them. Your Majesty, I intend to build up the population of people living around the citadel. Will you object? She cocks her head, but sighs, seeing a deflection when one occurs in front of her. No. As I told you, my title as queen is informal. Even if I were a true sovereign, you've more than earned your own lordship. Hecate cuts in, and my ladyship. I'm the lady of the citadel.
Daniel's wife. Are you?
You've never mentioned your relationship to Daniel. Ryuogriar's jab at Hecate causes everyone to chuckle, except for Hecate, who scowls lightly at the dragon woman. Vergraze clarifies her thought, I will not object if the citadel is to become home to honest people, Daniel, Lady Hecate. I'd be even happy to learn they are those admitted by the 2 of you. Hecate offers, somewhat obliviously, maybe you'd like to live here, Queen Vergraze. Or rather, Shrine Priestess Vergraze, once the war is over.
She smiles.
I'll keep it in mind, Lady Hecate. Thank you for your generous offer. Hecate nods with a prideful smile. Ryuogriar, seeming to never miss an opportunity to tease the young Feldrock girl, for someone who so loathes the idea of Daniel collecting mistresses, you sure are quick to allow them into his proximity, Lady Hecate. Hecate once again glares at Ryuogriar. Ryuo, didn't the dragons have their own keep? Perhaps you should go check on it.
Me? Gracious, no.
I intend to stay here with my beloved Mukori, Daniel, and produce lots more eggs, dear Lady Hecate. Life is interesting and noble at his side.
Daniel sighs.
In any case, thank you, Queen Vergraze. Now then, I'm hungry.
Anyone else want dinner?
Zyriko, do you mind? I'll have it ready at once, Daniel. Zyriko bows, vanishing in a teleport. Daniel looks at the others, who only share a glance. They agree quickly, and they all head for the dining hall together. There's still much to talk about, but nothing that is as pressing as defeating the Devourer was. Arameliana stands with all 5 of her daughters on a stage set up to overlook the battalions of Stalvalten guards, those contingents that aren't serving the Imperial battlefront at the central line near Fort Twilight. With Bromlund so freshly coming out of a revolt, the Empire has stationed soldiers to ensure it is not swiftly conquered by demons that might push through Fort Twilight, assuming they know of the turmoil. The Grand Duchess rallies her soldiers, brave soldiers of the Stalvalten Guard. You are the pride and joy of the Grand Duchy, warriors of unparalleled mettle. The soldiers cheer a jovial exclamation of pride and courage. I have for many years dreamt of the day my eldest daughter would marry. When Liana, as the eldest, is rightful heiress to the Stalvolten Grand Duchy. I am confident that any one of my daughters would make a suitable and excellent Grand Duchess. However, there has only been one man who when Liana has expressed any interest in making her Grand Duke. I ask you this now, who would see Duchess when Liana ascend to Grand Duchess? The guards cheer valiantly, and she asks next, and who would support her marrying the otherworlder Daniel? Again, the soldiers cheer, though it does seem a little quieter.
Arameliana frowns.
When Liana tries to whisper, "Mother, the Grand Duchess straightens her posture.
She states, "I see. Well then, let's cut to the chase."
Daniel is being held prisoner deep in the demon wildlands, at an ancient fortress known as the Citadel. This fortress was derelict until a few months ago, captured by dragons and their fox beastman leader who calls herself Hecate. They tried to deceive us and claim Daniel is dead. Until we bury his remains, he is a living member of the Stalvolten Grand Duchy, and I don't like living members of the Stalvolten Grand Duchy being held prisoner. She looks across the crowd of soldiers, who listen loyally to her every word. We are already at war with the demons, but the path to the Citadel can be navigated swiftly under the right conditions. You are all battle mages of the Stalvolten Grand Duchy. I would trust you to storm the Citadel, retrieve Daniel, and retreat with fewer casualties than a mere walk in the park. There are a few chuckles, but it's clear that the enthusiasm to invade the demon wildlands for one man, an otherworldly commoner no less, is not very high. Arameliana nods sympathetically.
Yes. I understand.
Daniel is no one to you, no one to your families, no one to this world. To those who think they know, he defiled a princess and fled for the far reaches of the world. His imprisonment with the demons is but a pittance for his supposed crimes. So, I will not order his rescue. I will not coerce any man or woman here to go far beyond the front lines and risk life and limb for a man they barely know. I will be taking volunteers.
The guards glance at each other.
A few step forward without hesitation, and Arameliana nods with a proud smile. But she pats Wenliana on the back, startling the young magic artisan to step forward.
Yes. Right.
As you all know, I am Wenliana, Duchess and first daughter of the Grand Duchess. Any man who takes part in Daniel's retrieval will be contracted an increase in salary, as well as an even split of 10% of the profits earned by any devices Daniel helps develop upon his return. This causes more of a murmur with the soldiers. Arameliana proclaims, "You heard correctly. The Grand Duchy will invest directly in Daniel's return, as well as promise of continued returns on that investment. If he cannot be recovered alive, then the salary will stay. If he is brought home to us, all participants shall benefit for the rest of their lives." More of the Stalvolten Guard steps forward, granting them enough to form a moderately large company of around 200 troops. It's certainly not enough to defeat even a single dragon, nor would it be enough to lay siege to a castle. However, it would likely be enough to cause a distraction while the infiltration unit sneaks in and finds Daniel. Once the distraction unit retreats and Daniel is secure, the infiltration unit will be extracted by Wenliana's airship, captained by the captain of the Wormeyes. There will be lots of smoke and alchemical flash bombs to sow discord around the Citadel, and before anyone knows it, Daniel will be found and evacuated.
Or so the plan will be.
Arameliana has never been a soldier herself, not like her late husband. He created the training regimen for the Stalvolten Guard's battle mages. That being said, as Grand Duchess, Arameliana knows that no plan is foolproof, and no plan survives contact with the enemy. They'll be up against dragons. She couldn't hope to concoct a fitting strategy against an enemy she has never laid eyes upon. All they can do is hope 200 battle mages of the most prestigious military force in the East can fool and evade the most dangerous enemies in the West. And the mystery of the global weakness that struck everyone several times a few days ago has still been left unanswered. Wenliana and Ahak, as well as the other court mages, were able to compare notes and hypothesize that the strange phenomenon was canceling all magic briefly. It was a potent enough effect to be felt, and because it was a sudden drop in mana, most people experienced a sudden exhaustion or feeling of vertigo. It also interfered with magic equipment of all shapes and sizes. They'll have to be careful with the Iron Wyvern, which relies on magic crystals to achieve and maintain flight. Wings will allow it to glide if it loses power, but the controls will be significantly less reactive. The bulk of the company will march on the Citadel, meaning there's time to plan and establish a forward operating base once they find a secure landing zone for the flying machine Wenliana successfully tested recently. Wenliana prays softly that Daniel is unharmed as the day draws closer. Trya enters the dining hall as Daniel is lounging in a chair, drinking something alone.
He sits up when he notices her. Sarah, Trya. Doing all right?
She smiles, sighing.
Yes.
Just restless. Daniel notices her tail swishing back and forth, and he realizes instantly to remain on guard.
Restless, huh?
She nods as she walks, looking at the high ceilings and decorative lights on the walls and arcades.
Yep.
Is it all right if I join you?
Sure. Pull up a seat.
She takes a seat next to him, which he's conscious of, but doesn't remark on. Trya is a little bit more fiery about her thoughts and feelings, and she'll be embarrassed if she doesn't already realize her state. What are you drinking?
This? Oh.
Well, I was having my own little celebration drink. He pours a small amount into a glass for Trya, handing it to her. She seems surprised by the small amount, but she lifts the glass, taking a small sniff. She recoils in surprise, asking, Is
this a potation?
Daniel cocks his head, a little surprised that's what she associated it with, but it makes sense.
Not quite.
It's like a potation, but without the magic. Different ingredients, though. She cautiously tries it, sipping just a tiny amount. Again she recoils, and he chuckles. You don't have to drink it. I'll get you something else if you want. She sets the glass down, blushing a little.
Sorry.
But you celebrate with this. He nods with an amused smile.
Yep. Sometimes.
Better than drinking to bury pain. She cocks her head, and he puts a glove on to operate a magic panel. Anything you're in the mood for, Trya?
What are the options? Pretty much anything.
A lot of you ladies at Peony drink rose milk, right? She confirms with a small nod.
Why, yes. I like the sweetness. He nods in turn.
He taps on the panel, and a few moments later, a golem walks in carrying a pitcher with a clean glass for Trya. She smiles, accepting the drink. She nearly coughs though, murmuring as she covers her mouth to prevent dribbling all over her clothes. Tch. This isn't watered down at all.
Daniel chuckles.
The Citadel isn't involved in the war on either side, and Zyriko has a large stockpile available for all kinds of things. Hopefully, the war will end soon, and production can return to normal. He takes a sip of his drink, and she ponders his words for a moment, sipping her own. It's milk of one of the livestock animals of this world, flavored with berry juices that give it a taste that reminds Daniel of the smell of roses. He's not actually sure if the word he defines as rose is the same, since rose milk was his first experience with anything he could associate with roses. What's your drink called, Daniel?
This.
He inspects his dark brown liquor that Zyriko helped him make with the assistance of some willing potation brewers. It's a first run of our attempt at a black spiced rum.
Rum? Repeats the Gatanine sergeant.
Yep. A drink from my world made by fermenting and distilling sugarcane juice or molasses. One of the components of potations is alcohol. I don't know the mechanism, but the process to make them is similar to making drinks like this one. She nods as she listens, sipping her milk.
I see.
And you like it? This one's not my favorite, but it's a step towards the drink I used to have in my world. In fact, I had enjoyed a solid glass of it before I was summoned in Mornisti. Probably made it a little easier to brush off that I was suddenly exposed to magic and pulled into a completely different world. He smirks at her, and she chuckles. She swirls her glass a little, murmuring, What you did?
The Devourer, was it?
You really saved the world, didn't you?
Doesn't feel like it, does it?
She hesitates, but she replies softly after a moment, I guess it's hard to believe. I never knew it existed, and now Zyriko and the others say it's gone.
And the Demon Queen.
You're friends with her, and she wants to end the war now because of what you did. If it's all true, you ended the war, and you saved the world to do it. Daniel smirks, staring distantly at his own drink. In my world, we had fictional stories, where a person would be transported into another world from our own, typically. Often, a god or one of the kingdoms in that world were sending this protagonist to the world to defeat a demon king or a demon lord, or some other evil being or devastating monster. All kinds of reasons for it. A lot of times, they had systems for how the world worked based on other forms of entertainment that were more interactive. I'll explain that some other time. Actually, it's not unlike Hecate, getting stronger when defeating enemies and gaining more power and abilities thanks to this system. Daniel takes a sip. The protagonist would be charged with leveling up, defeating increasingly more dangerous enemies, avoiding conspiracies, finding clues and other important items, and then, finally facing off against the final enemy.
He looks at Trya.
In my case, I had to find a reason to want to save the world, not build up my strength to be able to do it. Well, I kinda did, but not in the hero's journey sense. Made some friends, found some resources to make my abilities possible, and some people I trust to help convince me that it had to be done. He finishes off his current glass, refilling it with rum. I bet the Demonkin are celebrating. From their perspective, this thing plagued them for years. Once the war ends, the Empire and Mornisti and Bromlund, and all of the Eastern Allied kingdoms will celebrate as well. To me, it was just a thing. A day that came and went, but meant everyone I came to know and care about can smile for a long time to come without worrying about a bogeyman somewhere far away stalking closer to them. He offers his glass for a toast, and Trya taps her glass to his. He adds with a smile, it doesn't feel like it because those who feel the least weren't directly impacted by the problem that was solved. Until it sinks in, we'll just have to quietly celebrate that tomorrow will come. He takes a drink, and Trya mimics him. She sits contentedly in the peaceful moment with Daniel. What do you plan to do tomorrow? Asks the Gatanine woman gently. Daniel nods as he ponders it visibly.
A fair question. Hadn't thought that far ahead.
Didn't want to waste any brainpower on tomorrow when my biggest enemy was still a threat.
He smiles.
Besides, you know me. I wing it every day anyways.
Trya sighs. Daniel.
Do you have any intention to have a family?
What do you mean?
I have lots of people I consider. Hecate doesn't realize it, but you treat her like a daughter, don't you? Daniel chuckles, swirling his glass for amusement.
Maybe a little.
She's still too young for my tastes.
I see.
And the dragons?
Dunno. Haven't thought about it much.
Is there a reason you're asking, Trya?
Well.
I was curious.
Curious, huh? Yes. Curious.
What do you think it is?
Nothing.
Daniel stares ahead, sipping from his drink. Trya huffs and she whines, you're thinking something.
It's nothing. I swear.
I didn't say anything. You're doing that thing you do.
Stop it.
What are you talking about? She grips his shirt chest, pulling him to face her. I was just curious.
That's all.
So don't ask me anything. Daniel exhales deeply in exasperation.
Fine. I'll tell you then.
Unless I already knew ahead of time that you wanted it, I'm going to treat you like you're drunk. You know, that tipsy feeling you get from too many potations.
If you've ever had any.
You're not in your right state of mind. Trya gasps, her cheeks filling with colors as her tail puffs up and her ears perk up as straight as possible. She whispers sharply, how did you know that? With a chuckle, Daniel teases, I can smell it on you. She gasps and begins smacking him with her fists, whining in embarrassment.
He quickly corrects, kidding. I'm kidding. Geez. Relax. It was a joke.
She grips his shirt suddenly as she calms down a little, sniffling. Do you think? Before she can finish her thought, her ears fold back, and her expression becomes harsh as her gaze locks onto something beyond Daniel. He looks, finding Rukana, the goddess that transferred him to this world, entering the room cautiously. Am I interrupting anything?
Daniel replies, nah.
Just having a drink. Everything all right?
Daniel.
I've come to ask you an extremely important question.
Sure.
What is it?
This world or Earth?
Which do you want to live in? Daniel cocks his head. He was pretty sure he expressed himself, but this seems to be the final question.
I'm happy here.
If I don't have to, I don't want to leave.
Trya whispers, Daniel?
Who is that?
He replies, Lady Rukana.
I'll explain later. Rukana nods, asking, Are you certain, Daniel? I may not be able to transfer you after today. Is there a reason? She looks away from him, saying softly, just in case.
I see.
Thank you for everything you've done for me, Lady Rukana. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused. She laughs for a moment before sighing.
Daniel.
I am sorry for the trouble I caused you. And, you've done a great deed for this world that you had no reason to protect. I hope that we can meet again. Daniel cocks his head, but before he can say anything else, she says tenderly, Goodbye, Daniel.
Thank you.
She fades just as quickly as she appeared, leaving them in a silent dining hall once more. Daniel glances at Trya. That felt final, didn't it? She gives an equally surprised nod, a little confused about the whole exchange.
She's a goddess.
Daniel ponders the words, finishing his drink.
Yes.
But not the goddess. This confuses Trya a little more, and she asks softly, what does that mean? Daniel corks the bottle of rum, standing up and stretching.
Dunno.
If you need anything, one of the golems nearby can hear you. Just ask, and they'll bring it. He leaves the room, a little lightheaded, but he needs to focus on the immediate future. Something isn't right. Rukana stands before the divine tribunal, a collection of those gods and goddesses not currently bestowing divine intervention, as well as chaos and order themselves. She is to be judged for her mistake, and a fitting punishment carried out. The gods and goddesses of the divine realm are charged with the unparalleled duty of maintaining a balance between the chaos of nature and the order of the world. When one threatens to overtake another, systems are in place for the gods to restore the balance. Some of these include methods of direct intervention that provide minimal risk to the divine realm. Others include prophecies and God-sent angels. And in some cases, divine summons, either chosen by the gods or requested by the world in trouble, are carried out. All of these methods are sacred and highly controlled mechanisms set to prevent threats to the divine realm as much as to protect the worlds threatened by imbalance. In this case, Rukana was negligent. Somehow, her targeting of Earth captured two individuals from near opposite points on the world. It's unclear how this should have happened, because the targeting should be singular and focused on a small area. Failing that, she could and should have noticed a second soul in the transfer void, waiting to be modified for transfer to the next world. Failing that, she could have observed the arrival, where she would have seen both Rikudo and Daniel arrive. Rukana doesn't need any reminder that she failed. She is merely waiting on punishment at this point. She won't be erased from existence, nor will she be banished to a mortal life, though that's not off the table for punishments. She'll likely be relegated to the universal records of the divine realm, responsible for monitoring and categorizing all historical events in the universe. It's clerical work, and a far step down from being one of the celebrity goddesses choosing heroes to save worlds from destruction, or even worse, from giving rise to threats to the divine realm. Rukana, 33rd goddess of the divine realm, you stand before us today having failed the sacred duty of all gods and goddesses to maintain proper positive control over the world balancing doctrines. Have you any excuse or evidence to explain this failure? Order speaks directly, bluntly, and in a way that could seem almost cruel for its coldness. However, she means nothing by it, save stating the facts. And the facts are, Rukana is a failure in this matter.
No, Lady Order.
I have no excuses or alternative explanations. Chaos, unlike her sister, does not look at the universe as a set fixture upon which her decorations sit. She looks at the universe as an entity in motion, always changing and always out of control. As she lays across her regal sister's lap, she starts, Rukana. Everyone waits for her to continue, though it takes much longer than most would assume. Why yes, Lady Chaos? Asks Rukana nervously. I was thinking. Tell her I was thinking, sister. Order simply pets Chaos's head, saying nothing. Chaos finishes her original thought. Rukana, you lost a divine summon. Worse, you took over a year to find him. Is there a reason you never checked in on the world you were operating on? Not a good reason, Lady Chaos.
Humor me then.
In spite of her immature appearance, Lady Chaos is an existence that transcends time and reality itself. Even the gods and goddesses that serve the divine realm cannot comprehend the full truth of chaos and order, in spite of their seemingly simple and binary existence. Rukana replies softly, I believe Sir Rikudo was well prepared enough and competent enough to get off to a good start on his own, Lady Chaos. I did not check in otherwise because I was completely unaware of Daniel's presence. Order, still petting Chaos's head gently, says with a commanding and sultry voice, the crime you are guilty of is not one of merely endangering a single life. I hope you understand that. It is the very system that you damaged, the reliability and faith we all and the worlds over which we observe maintain in the system that preserves those worlds and protects the divine realm. One mortal life is not why we are here. The system is why we are here.
Of course, Lady Order.
But even so, Daniel managed to. A trifle of unexpected good fortune, retorts Chaos quickly.
Or bad fortune.
Depending on your perspective. She tugs on Order's collar for a moment, but gains no reaction out of the more disciplined-seeming goddess, save a simple, content smirk. She finally sits up, facing Rukana, who stands in a circle formed by the tribunal, which is further surrounded by the audience of gods and goddesses who chose to witness the trial. To credit yourself with the actions of your mistaken summon is to credit me with the success of protecting that world. And I didn't do anything. She points at the desk, speaking officially and surprisingly maturely. Since time immemorial, I have gifted life with a treasure of free will, that they might sow disorder and disrupt my sister's treasures. Order smiles, saying tenderly, but still with a sultry and matronly tone, and I have restored everything to its proper place since time immemorial in order to provide a foundation for my sister's treasures to take form. Chaos smiles proudly, suddenly shifting tones. So, why would you try to take credit for Daniel's success? You did not intend it. You should be thanking me, yes?
Lady Chaos. Did? Were. Spit it out. Thank you, Lady Chaos.
I am forever envious of your great wisdom. Chaos warns Order softly, but Chaos simply grins cheekily.
Thank you.
Lady Chaos, for selecting a worthy hero to the world I failed to properly observe.
Bah.
I didn't do anything.
I told you that.
I told her that, didn't I, sister?
I told her.
Order pets Chaos's head again, saying gently, yes, dear sister. Order speaks to Rukana again, you allowed the mistake to occur. Your experience should have prevented it. But in peace, comfort, stability, you became complacent. That is why there is more than just order to the universe. Complacency must be offset by change, or there is no purpose to existence. There would be no challenges to overcome, no triumphs or accomplishments, and no love or hate. Things would just be, and there would be no reason for anything to exist. Chaos says rather maturely, seemingly emulating order, order is the mother of existence, and chaos is the mother of purpose. Complacency is the bastard child of order, as megalomania is the bastard child of chaos. No living thing is immune to succumbing to complacency or megalomania. Not even you gods and goddesses of the divine realm. Rukana looks down, bowing her head reverently.
Yes. I understand. Very good, Rukana.
Then, if you have nothing else to say, a sudden crackle in the air causes Order to stop what she's saying, and everyone gathered looks. Rukana has to turn around to find the source of the noise, a small electrical storm hovering in the air near the entrance to the tribunal hall.
And then, a portal opens.
This portal is not an elegant and graceful doorway to a world. It is a hole being punched through layers upon layers of defensive energy separating the divine realm from any of the worlds over which the gods and goddesses observe. The strange phenomenon causes a nervous murmur to fill the audience, though Order and Chaos are surprisingly calm about it, given the surprising interruption. What emerges from the distorted and crackling portal are two figures, one very much human and wearing specialized armor that shifts color gradients and a sword in its sheath that can resist the power of the divine. The other figure is a much shorter female with black hair, triangular, black ears that rise high from her head, and a large bushy black tail. Like the human, her body and head are protected by armor that changes colors with the divine energy around them, swirling in tune with waves of higher concentration. Just given the surge of energy, it's clear that the girl is the source of the portal, and the human, which Rukana easily recognizes, is present as a source of wisdom and truth. He is the one most directly affected, but he also witnessed all of the important events himself. Daniel kneels politely, saying almost sarcastically, "Forgive the intrusion, lady goddesses. But we're here to testify." Chaos stands up, retorting indignantly, "Testify? This isn't a human trial, Daniel of Earth. There is no need for witnesses or for objection." She snickers, though Order sits with an unamused, but also unperturbed expression. Suddenly, Chaos turns serious, saying, "Or should I say, Daniel Alexander Lawson, 33-year-old maintenance mechanic from Earth?" Daniel chuckles as he rises to his feet.
You're a goddess.
I would be more surprised if you didn't know my full name. Chaos gasps, glancing back and forth between Order and Daniel, though he suspects it's more for show. Order finally cocks her head. "Daniel, your friend Hecate, seems to present a threat to the divine realm. I don't know how much was explained to you, but by bringing her here, you have demonstrated that the threat you supposedly defeated is not removed from the equation." Hecate states coldly, "Then you should erase all of yourselves from existence as well. Each one of you is powerful enough to threaten this place, yes? Daniel saved my life and gave me purpose. I stole the Devourer's power so I could save Daniel, who always knew his purpose." Order states, "If you were here moments before, you would know, Daniel is not the subject of this tribunal."
But isn't he? Aren't we all?
Everything in existence starts with existence. If Daniel was never born, I would have died. If I was never born, the citadel would never be reclaimed and the world would have ended. If Rukana wasn't the goddess who did what she did, Daniel and I would have never met, and all of you would have failed a world with your illusion of doing things right. She crosses her arms haughtily, saying a little arrogantly, "I could destroy this place. I could put up a fight against all of you. After all, You intervened on my world because you were afraid of the Devourer, but it wasn't present of mind enough to threaten you in actuality. Now, I have the Devourer's strength, but I am in control. I have Daniel. I have Ryuogriar and Rainleaf and Gyrahole. I have Zyriko. And, I want one more person. You've got nerve-making demands here, little Feldrock girl. Chaos appears in front of Hecate, and they stand almost the same petite height, facing off against each other like haughty little girls in a rivalry. Hecate retorts, I am the only one who can, little goddess girl. You can't even comprehend my being. And you can't stop mine. Hecate, that's enough.
Daniel?
Daniel says to the two main goddesses, Lady goddesses, Hecate speaks the truth. There is only one more piece we would like to request in order to maintain balance. Order cocks her head, smiling softly with amusement. Balance, you say? Daniel nods respectfully.
Yes.
I don't know how the universe works, but it has to have something to do with balance, or Lady Rakana would have simply dealt with it directly. The universe moved forward, and by your grace or the grace of life you created, I ended up in that world, better equipped to deal with a threat that was beyond your control. Thus, Hecate and I would like to request Rakana be forgiven for the mistake that led to everything falling into place, as it would have been a much more grave failure if I hadn't been there, and I would be living alone, drinking myself into an early grave if I had my way. This time, Chaos walks over to stand in front of Daniel, looking up at him, and he matches her gaze. You think a goddess needs your mercy or forgiveness, Daniel Lawson of Earth, mortal human being and but one of trillions on all the worlds that extend beyond your imagining? Mercy and forgiveness, no. Rather, I would like her to watch over myself and Hecate. I'd like her to continue to be our matron goddess and ensure that Hecate, in particular, is safe from the power that she obtained. And, why would we allow her to live? She is no different than the devourer you destroyed, so far as balance is concerned. Chaos looks at the Feldrock girl, who cocks her head, which is emphasized by her big fox-like ears.
And, I killed it.
Both of them snap their gazes back to Daniel. I used the fabric of the universe to preserve life in a world that was not my own.
Hecate will as well.
With Rakana's help, we will form a trifecta to balance each other, should I or Hecate show bias towards each other. Chaos scoffs, and Hecate glares at her, though her helmet does hide her actual expression. Rakana finally speaks, Daniel.
Hecate, I don't understand.
Daniel looks at her, replying sincerely. That farewell was a little bit too final, for my tastes, Lady Goddess. It didn't bode well. I'm not going to die. This was just a brief analysis of what went wrong. Nothing went wrong. The world's safe now. Hecate will safeguard the power, and will find a way to safely disperse it back into the world so that another devourer doesn't happen again. If possible, your assistance will help us maintain the world. She glances at Chaos, and then at Order, who is still seated gracefully at her table. Daniel adds to Chaos, Lady Chaos, accidents and mistakes are born of chaos, are they not? Maybe it happened because of Rakana, but I am glad it happened. I don't know if I would have agreed the day I was summoned, but I am glad I experienced this life, and I wish to keep living it. Allow me to serve alongside Rakana on behalf of that world. Chaos stares at him, thinking, and Order finally says, You're right, Daniel. Though the system utilizes our strengths, it is also susceptible to our weaknesses. Perfection is found in imperfection, after all. She stands up, walking more calmly and gracefully around the elegant table, approaching the group. She looks at Daniel, and then at Hecate. After sizing them up a bit, she states, The threat is gone.
For now.
Just as with all worlds.
Threats come. Threats go.
We created the divine realm to watch over the worlds and ensure these threats are stopped before they can disrupt balance. She sighs, looking at Daniel. Your world possesses a dangerous weapon that should be feared. Once upon a time, we thought of purging your world once it was discovered. Daniel cocks his head surprised, and she nods grimly. Yes. To have such power and wield it against one's own world is lamentable. However, mutually assured destruction. I suspect you are familiar with this term. Daniel nods in confirmation, and she smirks.
Sleeping Titans.
That can be a greater deterrent to tragedy than not having the Titans at all.
She looks at Hecate.
Do you understand the gravity of your role, Hecate, daughter of Jalal and Kirenfar, last living Feldrock? Hecate is a little more rattled by hearing the names of her parents than Daniel was by the trick, but she nods confidently. Yes. With Daniel by my side, I have no reason to use my full power. With Rakana, she can monitor me, And we can spare Daniel from having to do anything terrible to me if I might become the problem. I want nothing more than Daniel. No power, no enemies, and no riches. Just Daniel.
Oh, and Rukana.
There's an awkward quiet. It's broken by Chaos, who claps her hands together once.
I'm sold.
Rukana, as punishment for your mistake, you'll serve as advisor and protector of the world Zencon, watching over and serving alongside Daniel of Earth and Hecate of Zencon.
Right, sister?
Order nods with a smile.
Yes.
I feel this will serve as a fitting penitence. Rukana, I trust you will uphold this duty with greater care and focus than that which allowed us to come to this point.
She looks at Rukana, who bows.
My Lady Order, my Lady Chaos, you are truly the most gracious and wise. I shall restore my own honor and ensure the world of Zencon, Hecate, and Daniel all remain safe.
Very good.
Go with our blessings and divine purpose, Rukana. Chaos grins, and she trots over to Daniel, waving him to lean down. He's a little surprised, but he does as she bids, and she whispers, though the volume is audible to everyone. Daniel. When we created all of the gods and goddesses of the divine realm, we ensured that they could also feel pleasure. She whispers even more deviously, and have children.
Daniel sighs.
I have you two to thank, do I? She snickers, backing away as Hecate instantly states, you can't have him.
He's mine.
We'll be friends, Rukana, but no cheating with Daniel. I won't allow it.
Rukana bows.
I wouldn't dream of it, dear Hecate. Chaos, throwing kindling on the fire, says jovially, let's not make hasty and final declarations. Life will always progress forward. Hecate glares at the small primordial goddess, who grins deviously at her. Order, seemingly ignoring the conversation, states warmly, go forth Rukana, Daniel, and Hecate. Protect your world and let us see if Feldrox can rise again. Daniel bows politely, as well as Rukana. Hecate returns to Daniel's side, mimicking his bow. After, the three return through the portal, leaving Order and Chaos with contented and prideful smiles. Asterisk. Check all wheels on all carts. It's rough terrain between here and the Citadel. Stock up on feed for the buckroaks and make sure you guard the water tankards. We'll be appetizing targets for beasts and demonkin alike. They're not so different from us. Bandits and raiders on the roads. Captain Muindis watches as his lieutenants organize and prepare the company for the march on the Citadel. They're currently overnighting at Fort Twilight. Unlike Peony, which is physically closer, Twilight is much easier to navigate, and it can support a larger force than Peony. And with the discovery of the Grand Duchy's plan to send a splinter force, many of the generals and colonels looking to find a weakening in the demon army's defenses have been looking for their own chances to seek glory. When questioned, the splinter force, known as Wormglare, were told to give the answer that the Citadel is believed to house a weapon capable of defeating dragons, which is why the dragons have taken to guarding it. However, this weapon is meant for humans, or human-sized wielders, meaning they just need to sneak in and take it. This makes the other leaders even more excited to become part of the attack, as a weapon that could defeat dragons would be even more desirable, as it could likely also be used to defeat any enemy. And as King Rikuto and the others of Mornisti have come to suspect, the strange phenomenon that washed over everyone seems at once all across the known world seems to have originated in the far west, following a flash of light that was visible from the mountains. The true source has still not been identified, but if it is a weapon, it's all the more reason to push westward and identify the weapon or spell and erase it. It poses too much risk to the world as a whole. Of course, that is a problem for Rikuto and the other kingdoms and the empire. Captain Muindis is tasked with leading this force to retrieve Daniel at all costs. The other companies and battalions marching with them will be serving their own desires when attacking the Citadel, and Muindis's orders from the Grand Duchess herself protect him from the authority of those who might otherwise outrank him. When it's time for Wormglare to fall back, it's up to the other commandants to choose to retreat or continue the siege. Muindis states to Lieutenant Elkash, who is nearby, Lieutenant, make sure everyone gets good rest. We'll be leaving before first light and first bell. As you wish, Captain. It's a 2-week march to the Citadel at a fast pace. Of course. Muindis heads up to the outer defensive wall of Fort Twilight. It's much larger and more sturdy than that of the Flower Garden. But, Muindis knows it'll do little to stop dragon fire. He has never seen dragons in battle, as few who do survive. It's rumored that the only reason dragons don't wage war more often is due to their small numbers. Every one of their fallen, even as difficult as that is extraordinarily costly to the dragons. Or so the rumors go. The dragons themselves, what few have been encountered and survived, are said to be extremely proud and arrogant, and they would never divulge such information on their own. It does make sense, since dragons hold enough power to raise castles to the ground, that they would be too few in number to risk grand assaults on every battlefront with the risk that any one castle could prove lethal. Something that rarely occurs to most people east of the mountains is how beautiful the West is. In many ways, it's not very different. The climates are roughly the same, much of the terrain is similar. But because the demons are less industrious than humans, dwarves and Gatanines, specifically, there are very few fortresses or large cities marking the landscape. Much of the land has a natural beauty to it. Of course, this also means that there are very few roads, and the course to the citadel is one such path. Much of the trek will be off-road after leaving the former eastern lands on the west side of the mountains. And even what roads used to exist have been overgrown and poorly maintained since the demons drove the allied nations back.
Think we can win?
The voice that asks is Colonel Bryston, of the Kingdom of Brelum. Muindes replies with a salute, "I don't know for certain, Colonel. Dragons are not an enemy just anyone can face."
True.
But the Grand Duchess must have great faith in your abilities. We're not meant to defeat the dragons at the battle. We're meant to find the weapon.
I see.
Yes, there was mention of that. And, I suppose it is good fortune that we will be providing bait, Muindes turns to face the colonel.
We answered questions, Colonel. You made the choice to join our mission, against our advice.
I cannot accept responsibility for your forces. But, you must have some faith in your own ability to succeed.
Of course.
And, the longer we have to search the citadel, the better. That's not something made easier by a large siege, but it won't be harmed by the notion either. The citadel is the largest castle on the continent, built for the dragons. I don't know that a siege could even outlast it if the dragons choose not to fight. And, it's doubtful that they won't.
Yes, I see.
But your plan was to draw them out with a siege, yes? Even with your paltry force. At least long enough to get in the door. As you know, the best we can do is plan. The colonel says nothing for a while. He looks over his shoulders and around them, seemingly verifying that they're essentially alone, at least as far as immediate earshot dash. I hear another rumor. I hear rumors as well, Colonel. I have no way of knowing which one you mean. This one's about a specific person. The fiancé to your Duchess of Stalvolton. Muindes is quiet for a moment. He replies quietly, "I know of no such person. I hear he's a commoner."
From my men.
I told you. Just a rumor. Wormglare is here to retrieve a weapon. You're welcome to invade the citadel if you think you can find whatever you want. If you jeopardize the Grand Duchy's mission, you should expect to receive sanctions, Colonel.
Please understand.
Bryston stares at him for a fair amount of time, but he smiles.
I see.
I suppose that is the nature of rumors, always threatening to stir a pot that doesn't need stirred. He looks out over the wilderness beyond the fortress for another moment. We'll stay out of your way. But if we fell a dragon without your help, I trust you will report that accurately, He nods his head politely and makes his way back down from the wall. Muindes watches him go for a moment. There's a very slim chance that the Wormglare mission will succeed with 200 men or 20,000. Numbers aren't the issue. A great deal of luck will determine whether this particular mission succeeds or fails. With a sigh, Muindes returns to his own bed for the night. It's a long march to the citadel, and they'll be even slower with this many troops.
Clang. Clang. Ping. Clang.
Metal clashes on metal as Daniel parries swords with several combat golems being overseen by Zyriko. He is surrounded, swinging a training sword with the skill level one might expect of a maintenance mechanic who has managed to survive in a fantasy world. He can make some fluid swings, but he overextends his posture and his momentum. Daniel makes a few solid parries, before the metal of training sword batters against his back, and he stumbles. He makes a few more parries, before another smack rings his bell, bouncing off of his helmet.
A female voice scoffs, and he looks. This time, it's Gwenesphia. She teases softly, "Apologies, Daniel.
I've never seen you fight, so I was wondering how a man who slays dragons fights." Daniel catches his breath for a moment, laughing softly.
And? Go on.
You're impressed, right?
She snorts playfully. If
I'm being honest, Daniel, I don't think you did something right if that many people are around you.
Ha. You're probably right.
Though I trust Zyriko enough to know this armor isn't just for show. And, I probably would fight a little differently.
Oh?
Would you demonstrate for me? Gwenesphia smiles cutely, folding her ears down to make her eyes look bigger. Daniel hesitates at first. He has what he needs on his belt, and Zyriko is using disposable golems, just in case. He looks at the golem caretaker, and he asks, Zyriko, do you mind?
Not at all, Daniel.
These golems and their weapons are made of simple iron. Iron can be reforged. Not to mention, you are lord of the citadel. You may do as you please. He sighs, though amusement is in his voice. As the golems start to move again, both of his hands move. He throws the training sword, which the targeted golem bats aside. However, he draws both his revolver and Nemasol, the magic sword. Instantly, it begins to glow, and it cuts with ease through the iron blade of the closest sword to him as his other hand aims the revolver, blasting a golem in the chest and incapacitating it instantly. He moves in careful motions, while Zyriko protects Gwenesphia and herself with a barrier. Each shot is carefully placed to ensure it at least hits the mass of the golem he fires at. With Daniel's specialized weapons, he doesn't even need perfect form. As long as he can deflect the blades of his enemies or shear them off, he keeps himself alive by not being struck until he defeats all of the golems. He straightens his posture, looking at Gwenesphia. She is surprised, but smiles and claps. Daniel takes his helmet off, approaching. Service golems arrive to clean up the training golems. He states, if it's up to me, I'll have technological superiority in my fights. But, I figured it would help to know how to fight a little if I'm going to stay here.
She smiles. That makes sense.
Though, couldn't the goddess you just recently picked up give you more power?
Daniel cocks his head. Maybe.
But that's not why Hecate and I went to retrieve her. In fact, it's almost precisely why she was in trouble. They're big on balance.
She sighs. The gods.
Divine realm, it's strange. Maybe think of them more like archangels. According to Rakana, worship isn't necessary, and can actually become dangerous in some worlds. Gwenesphia nods as she listens. I've never been particularly religious. Just strange to know that someone was always watching over us.
She smiles.
Daniel smiles and nods as well.
Trust me.
It's almost as strange as suddenly appearing in another world.
She scoffs and laughs.
I suppose that's true. Daniel reloads his revolver as Gwenesphia watches for a moment. She asks, Daniel, can I ask you a question?
Always.
She fidgets, taking a breath. So, you have a lot of friends now. Daniel looks at her when she trails off. He remarks cautiously, true. And you and Hecate aren't married. Also true. Don't say that to her. He chuckles, and Gwenesphia blushes, fidgeting. With a sigh, Daniel takes a seat on a bench nearby, asking, is this a question I'm going to get asked a lot? Well, why you and I got along pretty well at Fort Peony, didn't we? Better than most. Though you were in a certain state for some of it.
Right.
Same reason I've been avoiding Tria today. We don't have the medicine that the fort does. Right, Gwenesphia clears her throat, standing in front of him and asking confidently, would you consider a marriage, with me? I don't have a lot of family wealth or anything, and I could probably be considered a deserter, but I deeply care about you. And I'm grateful to you for many things. Daniel doesn't sigh, though it is the question he feared it would be. He doesn't express exasperation or disgust. Truth be told, Gwenesphia is very attractive. And the war should be over very soon. He smiles, replying softly, you really do want Hecate to kill us both.
Well.
I don't want to regret not asking.
And
if you're worried about my virtue.
I'm not.
She squirms with a blush. Well, even so, it's still intact. Daniel takes a deep breath and exhales calmly.
Gwen.
If you haven't noticed, I don't know my right from my left in certain situations. Hecate became my partner in all of this because she's a child, and because she had no one else at all. I don't know what I want in a romantic partner.
I see.
Feline ears, perhaps?
A modest chest. Daniel scoffs.
Don't make me play the Hecate game on you. The Hecate game? Daniel nods with a smirk, a game where you lose. Trust me, you don't want to play the Hecate game. She already knows better. Gwenesphia laughs for a moment. She remarks with a warmness in her tone, I'm curious though. I assume the Hecate game is an answer to my questions.
Daniel sighs.
Your hair is a faint blue color. Pretty, but I like auburn hair best, personally. And I like the feel of dragon scales.
Okay. I lose.
Say no more. She pouts, but then cocks her head. Wait. Doesn't Lady Gyrahole have auburn hair? Dragons can change their appearance. I'm sure Reyna and Ryuo could as well. See, could I dye my hair? Daniel laughs lightly. Am I really that desirable? I think so. Or, I'd like to know for certain. And, you're not married yet, but I'm behind. Keeping score, are we? No. But, I see how you talk to the lady dragons. I killed most of them. I owe them a little softness. I see. Speaking of, Zyriko's voice cuts in, and she approaches from behind Daniel. He shifts to look at her. Speaking of, he asks curiously, already having some idea. Lady Gyrahole is requesting you, Daniel. Me. Zyriko confirms with a nod. Yes. She expressed that you should hurry. Or what? She would be unhappy, I suspect. Daniel sighs. Well, Gwen, looks like I have to go check on the lady that hates me most. Is that so? He nods. Yep. At best, she wants to gloat about her egg, which should be laid soon. Zyriko says nothing, and Daniel adds, if you need anything, Zyriko can certainly help you. As for your question, Daniel thinks for a moment. He says softly, cupping Gwenesfia's cheek, on Earth, no one gave me a second glance. Now, Hecate will murder anyone who marries me before her, most likely. So, I don't know what to do about anyone else. If I have Hecate's permission, I have to hear it from her. And I'm not arrogant enough to believe myself worthy of a harem. Don't start a fight. Gwenesfia smiles and nods. I'll ask her then. It seems, even if you aren't married, you are beholden to her. Daniel nods sincerely. Yes. She protected my life when I was too busy stopping the devourer. Please excuse me, Gwen. I have to go tend to one of my supposed mistresses. She scoffs and snickers, and Daniel makes his way to Gyrahole's quarters, per Zyriko's instructions. Daniel knocks, and he can hear a pained enter. In reply. Inside, he finds what he feared. Gyrahole is wearing nothing more than her pajamas, a loose-fitting robe, as she is curled up on her bed groaning. Daniel asks, need something, Gyra? My egg is coming. And? You could be in your true form, and it should dash. Ga. Ryuo and Reyna both said. She goes silent, clutching her bulging belly. Gyra. Help me. She looks at Daniel with watering eyes. Please? They said. It's important. An. Daniel sighs. All right. He closes the door, and readies himself for a long sleepless night. You have failed us. You do not even know the maker of this new power in the world, and yet you seek to lead us. You have disgraced your bloodlines. Vergraze is barraged by complaints about her inability to defeat the Devourer herself, and her impotence in dealing with the East. She also has lost the loyalty of the dragons, all of whom seem to be loyal to the new lady of the Citadel, known to everyone else as Hecate. While Vergraze knows the truth, Daniel expressly desired to remain anonymous to the greater world. However, that isn't the focus of the current meeting. Now isn't about success or failure. Our only goal should be to de-escalate the war. If we can convince the Eastern armies that we are no longer a threat. They are inferior races, shallow in their magic and afraid of their own shadows. This world should be ours. It shouldn't be wasted on cowards. You've already tried diplomacy, and the Easterners refused. Let them accept their own refusal in full. She sighs. It's clear that she's no longer the demon queen, and now she's more of just a shrine priestess. The other clan leaders are bickering over how to handle the East, what to do about the Citadel, and trying to come to a consensus about what the mysterious flash and colossal sky mushrooms were. Vergraze is the only one among them that knows the truth. Of course, she tried explaining the one known only as the Calamity, who wrought destruction upon the world to stop the Devourer. But, no one knows who the Calamity is. The Harbinger of Calamity is known to be the Feldrock sorcerer, which fewer people know to be Daniel, but the Calamity is being sold by Vergraze as someone else. And, because the Harbinger of Calamity has never demonstrated such power, it's believable enough. The problem is, because no one knows either of them personally, except Vergraze, who is keeping it secret the Calamity cannot be controlled. Vergraze tries once more. The Devourer is gone. We should try for diplomacy as many times as it takes. Diplomacy. Ha! You are a weak person. How far the Yuletol have fallen. Vergraze, you should return to your shrine and pray, and stay out of matters of our peoples. She always knew this day would come. While she is a powerful demon, she is a shrine priestess first and foremost. And she ruled a body of people that wanted her to. Or, as Daniel mentioned, to take the blame when things went wrong. Now that there's no threat from the Devourer, there should be no reason to fight the Easterners. No reason, other than the fact that some individuals have been made extremely powerful thanks to the war. Is this the decision of my council? That I relinquish my role as queen. The other demon clan leaders look at each other for a moment. Some of them had decided before she even asked the question. Of course, no one wants to appear too hasty to cast aside the demon queen, who kept them all alive and in power through the worst of the Devourer and the war with the East. She found a balance between the two, preserving life, but not giving an inch. The demon queen is no longer a role needed in the absence of the Devourer. Let us resume our clan autonomy from the days before the beast.
Agreed.
I second the notion. She watches as one by one, the demon leaders of every clan slowly agree that she is no longer necessary. She doesn't mind, terribly. Especially not after Hecate's proposal for her to live at the Citadel. Vergraze gave a lot of her strength and dignity trying to maintain that balance. If they no longer desire her, then her role is complete, and she can resume her duties as a shrine priestess, maintaining the stability of the world as a whole. Vergraze bows politely after the conclusion.
Very well.
I will no longer serve as demon queen. I am now simply the shrine priestess Vergraze. May good fortune find you all. She bows and exits the council meeting. In spite of her friendly visit, her trials are not over.
She is being followed.
Vergraze has to make the definitive choice on the way to her home. She will likely not get another chance. She sighs, pivoting quickly and casting a powerful energy spell that explodes around her. It knocks the follower off her trail for a moment, and she quickly begins running. At her home, she disturbs Thymeria's meditations, quickly gathering her, their most precious belongings and Ileana, and making a break for the wyverns. Just as they're reaching them, they're surrounded. Vergraze takes a defensive position. Both Ileana and Thymeria are powerful in magic, but the force that approaches is one that only Vergraze can likely withstand. We're leaving. Let us go, and there will be no bloodshed. I'm afraid that's not possible. Gilumsa is leading the squad of fighters who have cornered Vergraze and her sister. I'm warning you, Gilumsa. The time for warnings is over, Vergraze. Your service has been commendable. Don't let any of them escape. As the demons meant to capture Vergraze start to move in, and she begins chanting spells, the air distorts with waves similar to heat waves and glowing lights. Suddenly, dozens of soldiers appear, soldiers made of iron and wielding strange staves that they hold against their shoulders, strangely angled horizontally, rather than vertically, like normal magic staves. Unfortunately, these magical staves did not originate in this world. With a single coordinated mercato, the air fills with thunderous blasts, and the demons that came to capture Vergraze fall as one, spraying blood. The sound forces Vergraze, Thymeria, and Ileana to flinch and cover their ears. The golems pivot and unleash their devastating spells a second time, and any demon soldiers that remained fall quickly. As one, the golems seem to dissolve, leaving the three Yuletol in an eerie quiet filled with smoke and blood. V. Vergraze.
It's all right, sister.
I think I know who is responsible. Vergraze, Thymeria, and Ileana make for the wyvern stables, boarding wyverns and fleeing from the central city of the demon realm. It's one of few such places near the temple where Vergraze and Thymeria have lived for a long time. She says quickly, "We ride for the citadel. Don't let up until we reach them. It's the only place we'll be safe." Why were they after you? I don't know for sure. But I'll worry about that once you are safe, dear little sister. The three Yuletol women ride their wyverns as quickly as they can, bound for the one place in the demon territories not controlled by a demon. Daniel slouches in a more comfortable reclining chair as he sips a drink. Hecate skips in happily, finding him and grinning as she jogs over and hops onto his lap.
Daniel.
Fancy meeting you here all alone.
He.
Daniel pets her head, which earns another gleeful giggle.
Hecate.
It's almost like you were looking for me.
Me? Yep. You got me.
I was lonely. She hugs Daniel from his lap. She growls, "You smell like dragon." Gyra laid her egg this morning.
Are you Gyra?
Daniel chuckles, taking a sip of his drink.
No.
I'm not Gyra.
Arara.
When can I have children?
Ha. Come on, Hecate.
Not today.
Well, when?
It's not fair. She shifts herself around to be facing him, and she grips his chest gently. Gyra, Reyna, and Ryuo all have eggs now. I don't even know if Feldrax lay eggs. She grips him more firmly, leaning closer, and I know those other three want children too. I've been avoiding Trya because she's experiencing a forced biological desire, not a personal desire. Do you want me to avoid you too?
NNN. No. Good.
Then, let's play the Hecate game.
Ga. No.
Why did you have to name that stupid game after me? Hecate crosses her arms, looking away as she pouts. Is it a crime to love you, Daniel? Daniel pulls her head close and kisses her forehead, causing her to twitch and her tail to sway from side to side. Depends on who you ask. Hecate hums happily, but she suddenly grimaces. Why does your face smell like Gyra?
Ugh.
Hecate, I helped her lay her egg. Just like the others.
Nothing else happened. MRRR.
She kissed you. And now I kissed you. Can Gyra say that?
Heh. No. Don't rush to grow up, Hecate.
You missed out on your childhood, and we've got all the time in the world now.
All right.
She lays her head against his chest, hugging him. The others don't have to wait. They already waited. They're all grown up.
You're not.
If you were, I'd have to treat you like a grown-up. No more piggyback rides, no more princess carrying, and no more sitting on my lap when others are around.
She looks up at him, surprised.
Why dash? You'll still do them for me, won't you?
Daniel smiles. I don't know.
How quickly do you want to grow up? She stammers, deliberating on the idea. Daniel pinches her cheek gently, and she puffs her cheeks in irritation. By the way, I'll run it by you since you're here, and you'll make accusations. Who makes accusations?
I would never. Is it Ryuo?
You're going to sleep with Ryuo. Daniel frowns at her with amusement.
May I?
She blushes, laying her head on his chest.
I meant, I'm listening. I did. I mean, I was. No. I am. I'm listening. She hugs him tighter. I'll listen. Please tell me.
I'm going to escort Trya and Gwen back to Fort Peony, where we met, so they can gather their personal belongings and let our commander know that they're all right. You're welcome to come with us. I plan to also travel with Ryuo and Reyna. Why, you might as well take the whole harem.
Ugh. Yes.
And, who will keep them from doing unspeakable things to me while I sleep? As she continues to hug him, she grips his shirt at the back, murmuring, Me. I won't let anyone steal you away. I'm counting on it.
She grins, clinging to him.
He holds her so he can stand up, and she refuses to let go, so he walks with her. Her grip only shifts to loop her arms over his shoulders while he walks. She murmurs with her chin on his shoulder, This is what you're talking about, huh? About growing up?
Yeah. It's a factor.
Hecate ponders it for a moment, but she doesn't let go. She murmurs, I'll hold off for now.
But. I'm still your betrothed.
No one else is allowed to marry you before me.
All right, Hecate.
Whatever you say. The two of them gather Trya, Gwenesphia, Ryuogriar, and Rainleaf. Zyriko will be sending golems as guards as well, stealthily of course. When it's discovered by Aeoloan and Gyrahole, the succubus simply insists that she's joining them to travel together. Gyrahole pulls Daniel aside as the others are getting travel kits ready using magic bags.
Daniel.
I can't believe you.
What is it, Gyra?
I got interrogated by Hecate thanks to you. Daniel is joking, since no harm was done. How is that my fault? The youngest of the three dragons that decided to remain with Daniel indefinitely huffs, hugging her egg close. Daniel asks a little dryly, What did you want, Gyra?
She pouts, looking at him.
I heard from Ryuo and Reyna that you're going somewhere.
That's right.
Fort Peony, where I met Gwenesphia and Trya. Gyrahole fidgets, asking sheepishly, and Ryuo and Reyna are going with you. With a nod, Daniel replies simply, Yep. There's an awkward pause as Gyrahole pets her egg and asks softly, Were you going to invite me? I figured you wouldn't want to go.
Well.
Don't I at least deserve the chance to refuse? You just laid your egg. I figured you'd. I'll bring her with me. Gyra hugs her egg to her cheek.
Wait, you will?
So you're going. Gyrahole pouts. Am I not allowed to go? Why would you even want to? It could be dangerous. She narrows her eyes at him, and it really amplifies the vibrant green color of her eyes. I didn't know you hate me.
What? No.
If anything, I'm worried for your safety and for your egg.
She blushes. Well, I'm a dragon.
I don't need your protection.
Daniel sighs. I'll compromise.
If you want to go with us, the egg stays with Zyriko so she can keep it safe with Ryuos and Reynas. We'll be flying, so we won't even be gone a day. Gyrahole pouts, looking at her egg. She asks softly, is that an order?
No.
But, I don't want any of the eggs in any danger. You might be nearly invincible, but I don't want to find out how fragile eggs are.
All right?
If you want to stay with your egg, I totally understand, and the others will too. She hugs her egg to her chest, looking away from him. I'll leave my egg with Zyriko. But we have to come back tonight.
That's the plan.
Anne, it's not because I want to go with you. Just so we're clear. She whirls, pointing at him sassily, and Daniel smirks.
Right. Of course. I mean it.
I wonder if I could order you to express your true feelings. She gasps, turning bright shades of pink as she hugs her egg. You wouldn't dare.
Oh,
I dare. She quickly jogs away yelling, you humans are all the same. Savage and wicked. She trots a few more steps away, calling back as she turns to face Daniel again, don't leave without me. I'll never forgive you. Daniel salutes sarcastically, and he continues towards the control area, where they'll be leaving from. Daniel checks his own magic bag to make sure he has everything he wants for the journey to Fort Peony. It's supposed to be a short trip, but just in case, they're making sure they have rations, as well as weapons. It shouldn't turn into a scuffle, but Daniel won't hesitate to protect his family. After all, just because Commander Laywells shouldn't prove to be hostile, that doesn't mean the others will be so accommodating. Just as they're preparing to leave, Rukana approaches Daniel. Daniel, I will be observing you from here. If there is any trouble, I will remove all of you from the area. Rest assured. Daniel nods politely.
Thank you, Rukana.
But, focus on the dragons and Hecate. I don't think it'll come to a firefight, but they shouldn't attack Gwenesphia or Tria, and Aeloan and I will be in disguise. Tria speaks up, Daniel, that reminds me. You remember about Laywells, right?
Daniel nods. She can detect lies.
That doesn't mean she can't lie herself, right?
What?
I'm reasonably confident she'll protect my new identity. After all, I'm the Lord of the Citadel and have brought the dragons to my side. Even if I won't serve the Eastern Alliance, having the dragons eliminated as a threat will be a big relief to the Flower Garden. Ideally, she'll understand the problem with revealing that to the East. Hecate commented, I thought you were going to have the dragons intimidate the Easterners if they tried to invade.
Still true.
And we'll let Commander Laywells know that. The goal is to de-escalate the war. If they invade during the drawdown, then the war isn't actually over, and we'll provide support for the side actively pursuing de-escalation. Many things can cripple an army. Destroying supply lines, trapping and altering the terrain, and causing chaotic noise while they're trying to sleep. The East doesn't have any mass means of air travel or combat. A dragon flying overhead every couple hours roaring and breathing fire would likely be enough to keep any Eastern army from sleeping, even if they believe the dragons won't hurt them. Ryuogriar, Rainleaf, and Gyrahole laugh softly together. Hecate instantly puffs up as big as she can get, mostly thanks to her tail dash. What about me? I can scare people too. She begins chanting and creating a fireball, but she halts when Daniel's hand lands on her head gently. I have a better idea for you, Hecate. Something only you can do.
Really? He nods with a smile. You can haunt them.
Day-night, your ability to turn a corner and vanish and reappear anywhere you want will cause them to be on guard even more. Daniel reiterates to everyone, remember though, this is all hypothetical. If the Easterners don't invade, there's no point, right? They all nod together, humming in approval. None of them want to go to war, but they also want to ensure their life can continue. All right, then let's head out. Daniel and his companions, excluding Zyriko herself and Rukana, who is laying low, depart on a winged drake's back. Since the dragons had long ago tamed the various species of drakes, it was a trivial matter to send some of them to retrieve the drakes and migrate them to the Citadel. Drakes are useless as beasts of burden for anyone but a dragon, but Ryuogriar, Rainleaf, and even Gyrahole are happy to help. The winged drake they're riding on is about half as big as Ryuogriar in her dragon form, but it's still plenty large enough to carry Daniel, Hecate, Triya, Gwenesphia, Aeloan, Ryuogriar, Rainleaf and Gyrahole in human forms. The plan is to fly into the controlled zone, remaining out of sight with magic, and then send the winged drake to wait somewhere else to be summoned by Ryuogriar when they finish their business. Daniel watches the sky for flares. He knows the scouts of Fort Peony are alert, and they'll be quick to report danger, especially if a possible dragon is flying straight over the recon perimeter and entering Fort Peony's controlled zone. Thankfully, Rainleaf's spell seems to work, as there are no flares, and they are able to find a clearing to land in and disembark near enough to the base to walk. Hecate playfully sneaks along, reminding Daniel of a kid playing secret agent, in a sense. Everyone else walks in a cautious group, mindful of avoiding being spotted by free scouting members of the fort. Gwenesphia remarks gently, "It all still looks the same, so that's good." "The former lord's brother wanted an easy target," replies Ryuogriar with disappointment in her voice. "He made himself one, instead." Gyrahole, surprisingly, is the one to chime in a little bitterly, "Live a life of war, die in battle." They got what they deserved. Reina and Ryuo glance at her, but it's clear that they don't disagree. Daniel redirects, after a moment. "It's also good that the rest of the demon armies haven't invaded either. My own personal philosophy has always been that boring is good. It just means no one I care about is dying." The group nod together, including Hecate. However, Zyriko's voice reaches Daniel through his helmet, and he slows to a stop. "Daniel, you have a new mistress."
He sighs.
"Do you have to put it that way, Zyriko? Hecate's right here."
"What did she say?" snaps Hecate.
Daniel idly fends her off as she tries to pounce on him and get his helmet. "Who is it?" Zyriko projects her voice to them, "The Lady Vergraze. Apparently, former demon queen." Everyone turns serious, including Hecate. Daniel ponders on her words, while Ryuogriar asks, "Does that mean? Did the other Covenant members remove her?" Zyriko reports, "Lady Vergraze, Lady Thymeria, and Ileana have arrived with virtually nothing of value, Daniel. Without titles or authority to leverage, I can find them rooms, Zyriko. If they prefer a house in the castle town, prepare one for them, please. We'll hear it from Lady Vergraze when we return." "As you wish. Another matter to report, Daniel." "What is it?" "A handful of goblins arrived with Chirini's villagers, and they are also reporting troubling information. Apparently, a large contingent of eastern forces have gathered at the central fortress along the mountains and begun marching west.
Fort Twilight, I believe.
Among them appears to be a strike force of Stalvoltan soldiers." Daniel continues to think, and Ryuogriar asks gently, "Retaliation for your death, master?"
"I don't know.
They can't possibly think they can win.
Even with my phone."
Liana won't be able to make firearms, I think."
"Phone?" asks Gyrahole.
Daniel is silent when he looks at her, still deep in thoughts of his own. He states to Zyriko, "Zyriko, we'll need to organize our own stealth mission. If you can, fend off all attackers with non-lethal force. Prisoners are acceptable. Just find a place to house them."
"Of course, Daniel." "All right. We'll be back tonight."
"Keep the status quo if you can."
"I will."
After Zyriko confirms, the others are quiet for a moment. Hecate asks, "What does all of this mean? Why would V not be queen anymore?" Gwenesphia asks, "And why would Imperial forces invade now?" "Maybe they want Daniel's weapons," remarks Triya pointedly. "If it can be used by anyone, then they only need to escape with the weapon." "That doesn't explain Vergraze though," counters Ryuogriar. Daniel is the one to finally respond, "Isolated, I don't think either event would mean much."
Triya's probably right.
They may be hoping the dragons and Hecate don't know what they have and will either part with it or have it lying around somewhere easy to steal. They have no concept of how deadly the citadel would be if they're uninvited. He then adds, "Vergraze being banished suddenly. I hope it's not what I fear." "And what's that?" Daniel asks a little distantly, "Do any of you know what a perpetual war is?" The others glance at each other, and Triya is the first one to venture, "Is it what it sounds like?" All of them readily accept that Daniel's world is very different, and in many ways, further ahead in time compared to how Zencon operates. Daniel nods in a partial way, "You would think so, but unlike wars in the typical sense, a perpetual war has no real end. The enemy is chosen in such a way that an ending is virtually impossible for the foreseeable future." He looks at Ryuogriar specifically, because she's the oldest person present and may more readily see his point. When both sides can profit in some way, why end the war? But the Covenant banded together because of the Devourer, retorts Gyrahole. Rhaena nods in agreement. Daniel adds gently, a perfect enemy. One that can force an army to invade another, but can't be defeated. And then, when it is, the scapegoats are cleansed while new plans are formulated. Again, the others are quiet. Daniel knows that it's a little paranoid to feel that way, but too many things are foreboding. A strike force is invading shortly after the Devourer was defeated, and Vergraze is simultaneously removed from being queen, all while the East refused to hear out diplomatic negotiations with the Demon Queen, assuming Vergraze is telling the truth. Since Daniel can't recall any calls for diplomacy from the Easterners while he was with them, especially since they knew that if the dragons went on offensive, they didn't stand a chance. Daniel is suspicious, to say the least. Knowing this is neither the time or place though, Daniel says gently, let's get this visit over with and deal with all of that later. We're here to visit friends, right? Rainleaf is the one to joke, though keeping quiet, two of us are. Gwenesphia says softly, thank you all for accompanying us.
Humph. Grunts Hecate as she crosses her arms.
You're a comrade to us, and you were kind to Daniel when no one else was. I need to make sure you're safe for his sake. Gwenesphia smiles, and Tria nods politely. They emerge from the forest and approach the gate. Most of the landscape has been restored since Daniel defeated the attack force, though some of the pits from his makeshift landmines remain. Gyrahole remarks a little cynically, if I didn't know Daniel, I would be ashamed to consider the Red Knight a dragon. Or a knight, adds Rainleaf. Tria asks, why's that? This fortress is tiny. It shouldn't have lasted 5 minutes. Aeloan adds awkwardly, if it makes you feel any better. I think it was over in around 5 minutes. The others look at her, and then at Daniel. He admits, I wasn't keeping track of time. I was being attacked by a dragon. They share a laugh, and the watchstanders on the wall challenge them as they approach.
Halt! Who goes there? Gwenesphia steps forward.
Lieutenant Gwenesphia Kos Honeydip, returning from long-range reconnaissance with a diplomatic envoy. Her words are correct. There is a procedure. But since it's so rare that anyone arrives speaking in this manner out on the frontier, she has to chuckle a little when it catches the watchstanders off guard. They glance at each other, discussing it for a long moment. Finally, the watchstander that spoke, Sergeant Meloen, calls out, name the envoy. Gwenesphia looks at Hecate, and the young girl steps forward. They discussed it after the Stalvoltan soldiers visited, and Hecate chose the title she wanted. Gwenesphia replies, allow me to present, Her Wise and Idealist Imperial Greatness, Empress Hecate, ruler of the Citadel and the newly founded Fievgal. Hecate stands proudly, and the others study her for a moment. While obviously a child in virtually every way, her entourage is dressed the part, and it's all true. The Fievgal doesn't have much authority yet, but it is a distinctly different entity from the rest of the Demon Covenant, which is all the more important now that the Demon Queen has been usurped, by all appearances. Several long minutes pass by. It's highly probable that the watchstanders are informing Laywells, and she is coming up with a quick plan on how to handle strange distinguished visitors from the west. Meloen appears again, announcing, the commander will meet with you. Stand by, your greatness. Hecate nods politely, and shouts of rallying organization on the spot can be heard, but are mostly unintelligible. Eventually, after another few minutes, a voice calls out, open the gate, which is repeated a couple of times. The gates are opened, and they are met with guards lining up both sides. Daniel finds it a little odd that Laywells is inviting them in, but it's possible Gwenesphia introducing Hecate without being in apparent distress might have factored into it. Though, Laywells will undoubtedly have contingencies. They walk in, following Hecate as she walks proudly and elegantly, clearly imitating how Ryuogriar is walking to carry herself like a regal being. As Hecate walks in, she admires the fortress, as Daniel recommended remarking aloud, Sue, this is the rumored flower garden, is it? I see why. She turns to Gwenesphia as they walk, leading into a question. But I can't imagine all of these women here are fully satisfied as soldiers, are they? Both Gwen and Tria are quiet for a moment. Laywells is one of the few people likely capable of commanding Fort Peony, as it is specifically because she has no tolerance for drama and will root it out mercilessly. She'll do it in a roundabout way, but everyone that sided with Belstram during the last time Daniel was seen on base was later put on restriction and formally reprimanded. Belstram was also transferred off of Peony, revealing that whatever her plan was, Laywells really was using Daniel, but had no intent to let him die. Meloen meets the group on the ground, escorting them to a conference room in the administrative building where Laywells' office is. Laywells is already present, standing with a handful of other younger officers who are mentoring under her, as well as a couple of guards. Meloen announces the arrival, Commander, presenting Empress Hecate of the Citadel and the Fivgal and her entourage. Laywells bows at the waist, saying politely, Your Majesty, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Commander Laywells, commanding officer of Fort Peony. I apologize for our simplistic accommodations. Please, make yourself comfortable. Hecate takes one of the more comfortable chairs prepared in haste for her, and the dragons take seats at other chairs in the conference room while Daniel and Aeloan stand at the back. Gwenesphia and Tria also stand nearby, but make their presences more obvious to Laywells, who takes a seat. Laywells doesn't ignore them, but for now, she needs to address in order of importance, and she wastes no time at digging into who Hecate is as politely as she can. Forgive me for saying so, Your Majesty Hecate, but I am only familiar with the Citadel, and rumors at that. To my knowledge and our current intel so far as I know it, the demon territories have no countries, castles, or families by the name of Fivgal. Hecate replies warmly, That is because it is my territory. I am the ruler of the Fivgal, a newly founded empire, if that makes it easier to understand. I do not serve the Demonkin Covenant nor your Eastern Empire or its kingdoms. I want no part in this endless war. I just want to keep to myself and rule people who wish to be ruled by me. Laywells hears her out, and she doesn't smile or frown. She keeps a stoic expression, pondering the implications of who all she's looking at. With his helmet on, Daniel is the only one she can't explicitly identify by his race, assuming she knows the dragons can change into a human form, though they preserve their horns and tails. I see, is Laywells' simple and polite reply. Congratulations on founding your own territory, Your Majesty. I would expect that you've considered all of the benefits and detriments, and it would be foolish of me to apply what little I know to your situation. Hecate smiles brightly, unleashing her pride and bragging. Why, I wouldn't call it foolish to give me advice. But I think conquering the Citadel speaks for itself, if you know why it was unaffiliated for so long. I know only that the rumors that have reached me speak of a monster that resided there. I, of course, mean no offense.
None taken.
A monster did reside there, and my darling killed it before gifting the Citadel to me. This causes Laywells to be a little surprised. According to her, she can magically discern lies and truth, making it virtually impossible to lie to her. Understandably, if someone else was able to conquer a supposedly unconquerable castle, it would be surprising to most that said individual would not then become its ruler.
Your
darling, you say?
My husband.
That causes Laywells' gaze to narrow. Daniel smirks in his helmet. While Hecate may want it to be true, she knows it's not, and now Laywells knows it as well. Fortunately for Hecate, the commander doesn't press the issue yet. You are very fortunate, Your Majesty. If I may, what brings you to my humble corner of the world? If you seek to conquer us, I must inform you that we are required to resist. Hecate nods. Yes, I would assume so. But as I said, I have no desire to rule anyone who does not wish to be ruled by me. Actually, I only made this visit as a courtesy, so that you know the time of your soldiers was not wasted, and to also ensure that you know they are unharmed. She gestures at Tria and Gwenesphia, who both bow politely and greet Laywells softly. Commander. Commander. Laywells nods her head, but she asks, Are these two your prisoners?
Hecate scoffs. Pfft. What? No. They're parasites.
They showed up at My Castle looking for someone, and now I can't get rid of them. Though I don't hate them, so I guess it's okay. Laywells looks at Tria and Gwenesphia, who try to give nothing away, but they are far from stoic as Laywells. Daniel notices the commander's gaze move to him, and it lingers for a long moment, before trailing across the dragons and then back to Hecate, all within a short period, but enough that she just sized up everyone a second time, and likely has come to a conclusion. She suddenly states coldly, Leave us. There's an awkward silence for a moment, as it's unclear who she's speaking to. However, she looks over her shoulder at the guards and ments, reiterating sternly, Leave us.
Now.
See Commander? Asks one of the ments.
I will not repeat myself.
Leave this room, or leave the garden. Final warning. The ments hesitate, but they quickly scoop up their notebooks and make for the door, passing between the conference table and Daniel. Laywells then adds, You as well. Commander, what if everyone in this room from their side can level this entire fort faster than my preparations could accomplish anything? If you genuinely think you can protect me better in here than you could out there, then you can protect me from Fort Twilight.
Get out.
The guards hesitantly make for the door as well, leaving Laywells alone in the room with Daniel's group. She pulls a device out of her messenger bag and places it on the table, turning it on. She remarks, "A friend of mine was able to get his hands on one of these and sent it to me."
Ironic, in a way.
It came from Wenliana, of the Stalvoltan Grand Duchy. Hecate asks dryly, "Should I be familiar with that territory, Commander?"
I see. Another lie.
"You are familiar with them, which just about confirms everything I wanted to know." She looks pointedly at Daniel, saying without a doubt present in her voice, "It's good to see you again, Daniel. Before anything else, are you a prisoner?" Daniel hesitates for a moment, and the others look at him for silent guidance. But he did come to speak to Laywells, even if indirectly through the others. "I am not a prisoner." Hecate chimes in instantly, "That's right. He's my husband." Laywells points at her, stating, "Lie. Pardon the disrespect, Your Majesty, but I know most of what you said is true."
That is not.
Hecate gasps, stammering as she glances at Daniel and then back to Laywells. Trya comes to her rescue, stating, "Daniel and Lady Hecate conquered the citadel together. Lady Hecate is only trying to pressure him into marriage."
That's not. Well. He's mine.
"I'm going to marry him."
That's final.
She crosses her arms and huffs indignantly, and Daniel walks up to her, petting her head. Laywells cocks her head, starting, "Maybe I have it backwards. Daniel, are these women your prisoners?" Daniel tries to reply no, as Gyrahole, Rainleaf and Ryuogriar all say playfully, "Yes," and Aeloan innocently replies no. Daniel answers, "There are strange circumstances, but they are my friends. And what Hecate said is true. We wanted to escort Trya and Gwenesphia back here so they could check in." Laywell sighs, leaning back in her chair. It's definitely the most relaxed she has been on official business, so far as Daniel has seen. "I'm glad you're all right. You included, Daniel. You're welcome back here at your station, though I've also heard rumors that the Stalvoltan Grand Duchy is mobilizing west in search for your weapons."
Daniel twitches.
He suspected it, but he was hoping that wouldn't be the case. He asks cautiously, "What weapon would that be?"
She smirks at him.
"The one that slays dragons."
I see.
"That complicates things more than I hoped." She nods, though she stops when Daniel says pointedly, "In any case, I'm not returning.
My home is the citadel now.
I accomplished what I was brought to this world to do, and I'm not going to be involved with the war, except to end it." Laywells cocks her head. "What you were brought to this world to do. I have it on rather good authority that your summoning was unintentional." Daniel cocks his head in surprise, and he asks quietly, "You met a mutual Amberite acquaintance?"
She nods.
"She was looking for you. I assume she found you then?" Daniel smiles, replying, "She did.
It's all settled.
Even without direct guidance, I found what I was summoned to destroy, and I destroyed it. The war should come to an end soon, though circumstances around that are hazy." Laywell sighs, "Daniel, you're a wise man. I've never really doubted that. But, I don't think you know how and why wars are fought. I know you think this war is being fought by bloodthirsty demons and the empire and kingdoms are the righteous defenders." She narrows her eyes in anger, but he adds, "I know what a war fought between mutual allies for profit looks like." Her anger turns more to confusion, and she continues to look at him skeptically. "My world called it perpetual war, or endless war creatively enough. War is an effective population control in every possible way you might desire.
Too many people? Send them to war.
People with too much money and free time on their hands?
Send them to war.
Pesky endangered animals or trees?
Send people to war.
Political opponents threatening to usurp you?
Send them to war.
It's all about control, and it requires cooperation between the most powerful on both sides." Laywells doesn't like what she's hearing, and she looks at the others with a sour expression for a moment. Daniel adds, "I know how it sounds, especially from the perspective of a noble, honorable, and loyal soldier. Even if the cause of the war is ambiguous, needfully so people are dying on both sides.
Expendable people.
Fourth, fifth, and sixth sons and daughters.
Peasants. Inconvenient fools.
Otherworlders who stumble across a political situation they don't belong in. The very fact that everyone else in the world will deny what I just suggested is because only a tiny handful of people neither of us will likely ever meet are the ones who are manufacturing the war. Everyone else believes the lie, and it's extremely difficult to prove until long after the fact. I first noticed it when almost no one from the demon side knew why they were invading. And, the fact that neither side pursues diplomacy very aggressively. Or why you will allow 3 dragons to sit in your conference room, knowing what you said is true, but still think the East can win the war. Or, even survive it if it were to truly escalate. This has everyone quiet and ponderous. None of them like the idea, least of all Daniel. He knows the outcome is drama, freedoms being taken away, and oppression when it all falls into place. Those in the highest positions, using the war for controlling the world's population, don't care about the damage it causes. They manufacture tragedies and new things to fear when real threats don't exist, and cling desperately to any real threats and ways that it can be used to further the goal of the never-ending war. Daniel doubts Vergraze was privy to it, since she got booted out by all appearances. She was the scapegoat if things went wrong, and the next tragedy if she were to be slain, the beloved queen killed, and Daniel decides not to say any further. His mind is going down a dark path, and until he knows for sure, further speculation is going to make it worse. Laywells finally says quietly, "I know you are telling the truth as you know it, Daniel, but I can't believe it. Especially because no one around you does either. Regardless, you have the option to play a part, Commander. When my companions and I return to the Citadel, you can inform the East that the dragons are no longer a direct threat, or you can go on like none of this ever happened. We're just old friends catching up. After all, what's the first thing that's going to happen when the Imperial commanders learn that the dragons are no longer going to side with either side?" She sucks her teeth, realizing exactly what he wanted. She'll find out the hard way if he's telling the truth if she takes an active role in it. Why should I believe the dragons won't attack? Ryuogriar replies for herself, "Mind you, Lady Commander, that we won't let you destroy what we love. We won't be invading. There's a difference. We also won't defend the West if they won't back down either. All of us here want the war to end. Those who proliferate it are our enemies. What of the land conquered by the demons? That was land belonging to Eastern kingdoms. Some of them no longer exist because of this war and the invasion." Daniel replies curtly, "Negotiate for them back. The demons won't negotiate now that they've gotten rid of the queen."
I know. What?
Demon Queen Vergraze, the demon tyrant as she's referred to in the East, is no longer in charge. She wanted diplomacy, and the East refused. Every serious push eastward by the demons succeeded, and as you likely have heard, they were mobilizing once more, but have stopped. I know you're just one commander on a base at the far end of the world. Do what you want with the information we've given you, but I'd recommend finding a way to avoid becoming just another small piece of a heartless machine. Hecate states, "If you do give up, you can live with us. The Citadel is impenetrable and we have Daniel, dragons and me. You will be required to praise me occasionally and willingly provide the Citadel with mana. That's about it." She climbs off of her chair, pointing at the commander sternly, "But you're not allowed to seduce Daniel. He's mine." Laywell stares at her for a moment, and then looks at Daniel. She makes eye contact with the others as well, thinking. She finally lets out a sigh, saying softly, "If I decide that's what's best for me, then I'll send word."
Thank you.
She looks at Gwenesphia and Tria, stating, "Now that you know Daniel is alive and well, I expect that you'll return to your stations peacefully." Gwenesphia and Tria both shake their heads. "No, Commander." Gwenesphia adds gently, "I'm sorry, Commander, but we've already decided that we'll be returning with Daniel and Lady Hecate." Laywells narrows her gaze skeptically. "I'm but a humble military commander, but at least one of you would be throwing away the chance for a proper marriage to be, one of many, it looks like." Gwenesphia blushes sheepishly, glancing nervously at Hecate, who is lightly glaring at her. "Come what may, Commander, I personally choose to be by Daniel's side and face whatever obstacles that presents." "How very accommodating of you." She turns her gaze to Tria, asking, "And you?" Tria bows her head, "I owe Daniel a personal debt. And," she glances at Daniel, doing her best to ignore Hecate, "I am fine with being a mistress. After all, my family has no nobility to be gained or improved by me marrying someone who isn't worthwhile." Hecate makes her presence known by growling impotently, but she remains close to Daniel. Laywell sighs, finally saying, "I can't say I approve, but I'm not your mother. Far be it for me to stand in the way of love or stupidity." She puts her chin on her hand with her elbow on the table. She looks at Daniel, adding, "Daniel, I trust you'll take care of my soldiers, since they have so much trust in you." Daniel nods, "I don't know of anywhere they could be safer in this world. And I agree with Hecate, if the day ever comes that you wish to move your family to the Citadel, let us know. You'll be welcome." She nods appreciatively. "I'll keep your survival to myself for now. Until I know whether or not what you said is true, I don't want to make any rash decisions." "I understand completely. With your permission, though, I believe Gwen and Trya are hoping to gather their personal belongings. Granted. Your personal belongings are in crates in the quartermaster's storehouse. Let me know if anything is missing or damaged. They both salute the commander, saying together, "Thank you, Commander." She smiles, saying softly, "Be careful. All of you." The 3 dragons rise to their feet, bowing respectfully, "Thank you for your hospitality, Lady Commander." Laywells rises and bows as well, "Thank you for your friendly visit. May your journey be safe and comfortable." The group then make their way out, escorted by Laywells and a few others, who help Trya and Gwenesphia retrieve their belongings, which they store in a magic bag after confirming everything of value is in good condition. Laywells sees them off as they depart the fort the same way they arrived, and they return to the clearing they were in to summon the Wingdrake. With a small personal excursion taken care of, it's time to address the brewing problems of the ongoing war. Asterisk. Daniel approaches the group in the large dining hall of the Citadel, being fed by Zyriko's golems. It's the newest guests to the Citadel, as well as the rest of the dragons. To his surprise, although he suspected he shouldn't be, he rather easily recognized Karatai and Shek, the Chirinis and Goblin respectively, whom he met when he was recovering the survivors incapacitated by his defense of Fort Peony. Shek notices him first, pointing and saying, "Master. Master is alive." Karatai jumps up, smiling broadly, before Hecate swoops in. "No. No more mistresses. Daniel's mine." Shek approaches her, retorting fearlessly, "Shek belongs to Master before you. Shek come to be with the Master." Hecate, who finally has someone shorter than her, stands tall, unintimidated by the goblin woman. "I'm not budging. You may live here, but Daniel is mine." The two stared each other down, and Daniel said politely as he pets Shek's head gently, "Good to see you're safe, Shek. And you too, Karatai. We'll have to catch up later though. There are some things I need to ask Lady Vergraze." Vergraze rises to her feet, excusing herself from the others. Daniel encouraged them to finish their meal, and he'll meet with them later to see what they've all been up to. Hecate, Daniel, and Vergraze head to a private room to meet with Ryuogriar, Rainleaf, Gyrahole, Rukana, and Zyriko, now that the dragons have their eggs again. Aeloan, Trya, and Gwenesphia are also present, but they stay out of the way for now. Daniel greeted Vergraze properly, "Lady Vergraze, I'm glad you're all right. You're welcome here indefinitely, of course."
"Thank you, Daniel.
"I appreciate you allowing Lady Zyriko to accept us even without proof." Daniel shook his head. "Zyriko gave me a top-down view. Sorry that I didn't tell you that we had you followed by golems." She smiles, saying gratefully, "You saved our lives. I assume I witnessed your dragon-slaying staves in action."
Daniel nods once.
Zyriko controls her golems, and the weapons won't fall into unwanted hands. "According to my analysis, my staves are not nearly as powerful as Daniel's, but I am confident anything less than dragons and drakes would be little match for mine. And it leaves no traces of operation, unlike Master's." Daniel nods in agreement. After she made self-sabotaging weapons in the event a golem is defeated, he also asked her to make the bullets for the security golems out of Sharmalkal using the magic infusion that can return the bullets to a designated location in the Citadel for reloading, even after they've been fired. The casings are ejected into a catcher to prevent anything that could be reverse-engineered from being collected after the fact. Vergraze explains her last meeting with the Covenant leaders, and how they said she's no longer useful.
Daniel sighs.
It's as he feared. They made logical-sounding excuses, but it seems peace is the goal of a lot fewer of the rulers of the demons than he hoped. When I realized that I was being effectively forced out, I collected Thymeria and Ileana to leave, which is when a group led by Gilimsa attacked us. Thanks to your golems, we escaped unharmed, but I didn't think they'd try to kill us. Daniel nods as he listens. If you survived and pieced it together, you could potentially know what I suspect. This war will continue because certain people in power want it to continue.
What?
Why? Asks Vergraze, horrified that he would even suggest it. Ryuogriar replies to her with disappointment in her voice. I felt the same, but the more I see that Daniel compares to his world. I know our former lord didn't help matters by just being a warmonger anyways, but it sounds like Daniel might be closer to the truth than we would want to admit. Vergraze looks between Ryuogriar and Daniel in horror. After all, it means that everything she did to try to preserve as many lives as possible from the Devourer amounted to nothing in the end. And in fact, they can easily pin it all on her. Daniel states, we won't be interfering directly. I've never wanted to be an assassin, so I have no interest in killing political leaders until the war ends. It's not my place. The goddess Rukana murmurs softly, it's likely Daniel could be telling the truth. If diplomacy is not being pursued by either side, in spite of the odds favoring one side much more heavily, then the war isn't as cut and dry as we all would hope. I still don't get what the point of endless war would be if you're not trying to conquer everything, remarks Gyrahole with frustration. Daniel replies, sharing control over the world is more functional than trying to conquer it. You cling to one side or the other for safety, never realizing they're the same side, and they get to tell you how to earn their protection. Gyrahole frowns, but she huffs. That sounds stupid. I'd rather relax. She pets her egg for emphasis, glancing a little sheepishly at Daniel briefly. He nods in agreement. I'm with you. I'm just comparing what my world was doing with what this war is looking like, given the evidence. Vergraze asks sincerely, so, what do we do? If what you say is true. A lot of innocent people are going to die. With a small sigh, Daniel explains gently. I can't save the world from corruption, namely because a lot of people will willingly accept that safety, even if they suspect it's an illusion. Our path right now is only safe and secure because we have superior firepower in ways they can't even fathom yet. Those of your covenant that see what happened to the Devourer, though, will realize that there is a power that they should fear. All the better if you didn't indicate who it was. Vergraze nods in agreement. I never mentioned your name or even your nicknames. They may piece it together though. Hecate retorts smugly, not if Googlygaggle whatever his name was is dead. He's the only one who met with us. If he was part of the conspiracy I'm talking about, then he likely already informed his allies. And of course, it's also possible that I'm wrong. I just know what my world was doing most of the time. The group is quiet for a moment as they share glances. Daniel adds more specifically to Vergraze, to answer your question, we'll support trying to end the war, but even the innocents will be difficult to convince to end the war when those they believe are protecting them are telling them that war is the only way. After all, victories are only available through conflict. Again, there's an awkward silence. Zyriko finally chimes in, Daniel, military forces have begun staging for siege. Siege? Asks Daniel, surprised. She nods to confirm. I recognize various siege weapons and count around 23,000 soldiers bearing various different sigils, including that belonging to the Stalvalten Grand Duchy. Guess I underestimated how hard they'd push for earth weapons. All the more reason to never let anyone know about the weapon we used against the Devourer. They nod together in agreement. Daniel then asks, Zyriko, what do you need to defend the citadel? Virtually nothing, Daniel. If they somehow breach the barrier and can defeat my golems with ease, then defenders, but until then, I suggest everyone shelter in place and worry not. I shall alert you. Good. Have the other dragons make a show of not taking interest in the enemies. I'd like to see what all the enemy is planning. After that, we'll find and destroy their supply lines. Hungry soldiers are less loyal soldiers. Gyrahole asks, can't we just surround them with dragons? Surely they'd surrender instantly. Even you have said how much the East fears dragons. Ryuogriar nods in agreement, while Rainleaf watches Daniel for his answer. No, replies Daniel while shaking his head. You should never trap your enemy where they know their only options are to fight or die. They will fight even more ferociously. True, we would almost certainly win, but we might lose one or more of the dragons. No offense meant to Zyriko, of course, but her soldier golems are virtually completely disposable. Letting the enemy pile up endless bodies will wear them out and allow us to close in on what will actually take their hope away, their supplies. They can run, but they might not make it back to the mountains. In that case, the vast majority of them are more likely to surrender, worn out, tired, and hungry. Ryuogriar remarks, you sound like you're the one besieging them. Daniel nods. Battles are won or lost in the planning stages. I don't know what they have planned, but if they can't defeat Zyriko's legions of golems, then there's no point to their plan, which lacked important information. Zyriko, if you need any support, let us know. I'm going to gather equipment for our retrieval mission. Retrieval mission? Asks Vergraze curiously. Yes. I left something behind that I wasn't concerned about before. Now, it's proving to be dangerous. I won't be taking a whole team though. Hecate retorts sternly, I'm going. I as well, adds Ryuogriar. Rainleaf nods, and just as Gyrahole, Trya and Aeloan are about to speak, Daniel cuts them off. I'm not going with a whole team. I'll allow two. Have Zyriko draw straws or come to a diplomatic solution, but no more than two. And no tricks or deception. Now I have to go get ready. Zyriko, make sure it's fair. He leaves them all speechless for a moment, though he hears Zyriko cackle as he's leaving.
You heard him.
The bidding starts at. Daniel closes the door, sighing. He shakes his head as he heads for the armory. He puts his helmet on, asking aloud, Zyriko, can you multitask?
Can I?
Replies her voice proudly. Need you even ask, Daniel?
You know me.
I like to check. Have you finished the non-lethal weapons I asked about?
Indeed.
I actually took the liberty of preparing a magic bag with many of them ready for your use. Zyriko, are you single? They both laugh at his joke, and he adds sincerely, thank you. With this, we should be able to complete my side mission before the siege even really begins.
Indeed.
Would you like to teleport? Let them have enough time to decide on the two accompanying me. If I skip out, everyone will likely be angry. She chuckles but agrees.
As you wish, Daniel.
After preparing, Daniel returns to the control room, finding the group gathered together. Hecate is ecstatic, and the only other one not dejected, other than Zyriko and Rukana, appears to be Rainleaf. She's keeping a low profile, and Ryuogriar and Gyrahol are pouting. Hecate bounds over to Daniel with happy skips, saluting him happily. General Hecate, reporting for duty. She giggles giddily, and Rainleaf approaches, followed more distantly by the others. Daniel pets Hecate's head, replying with a teasing tone, usually, generals are the ones being reported to Hecate. But, I like the energy. She grins and he asks, so, am I safe in guessing Hecate and Reyna are my team? Hecate nods vigorously, as does Rainleaf. Gyrahol huffs, and Tria snaps, they cheated. They excluded us because we can't use stealth magic. Gwenesphia and Aeloan nod in agreement with her. Shek pouts, Shek can't use any magic. Daniel simply murmurs, oh. He looks at Ryuogriar, who can definitely use more magic than Hecate and Rainleaf, given what he knows. She murmurs with disappointment, Reyna is the most reserved of us. Depending on what is said, I don't know that I could keep my temper. And, she glares a little at Hecate, who returns the glare. Hecate seems to mind Reyna less. That's because she doesn't try to seduce Daniel right in front of me, retorts Hecate with a distinct point at the senior-most of the dragons present. Ryuogriar crosses her arms with a cold smirk, more perturbed than amused. She reports almost viciously, I don't need to seduce him. Hecate growls, but before it can escalate further, Daniel replies, that's enough.
I understand.
And, I assume Hecate will be using return magic to bring us home.
She nods proudly.
She's still the only one who has practiced return and teleportation magic enough to be able to use it for a mission. Teleporting the three of them will be even easier for her than teleporting the four who participated in the destruction of the Devourer. Reyna, are you willing to fly us to our destination? Asks Daniel, now that the team is set. She nods with a smile peeking out of her high-collared dress.
Yes.
Leave it to me.
Thank you.
Zyriko, any questions about the siege? Zyriko replies, none, Daniel. I will simply send droves of earth golems to begin as to waste as little material as possible. Her tone shifts a little to gleefully dark, golems do not need to sleep. Remember to minimize casualties as much as possible. Injuries and incapacitated are acceptable. She nods in agreement.
Of course.
A humiliating and overwhelming defeat shall benefit us greater than retaliation.
Exactly.
And keep Vergraze in the loop. By the sounds of it, she's a fair tactician, and our priorities are the same. As you wish. Be safe on your mission, Daniel, Hecate, Rainleaf. As Hecate proudly reassures Zyriko, Daniel faces Ryuogriar and the others. As I mentioned, I don't want you to intervene unless they break through Zyriko's line. Prioritize escape. If you can't escape, defend yourselves at all costs. Ryuogriar nods seriously. He's not specifically trying to give her orders making use of their contract. Instead, he's worried for their safety. I will see our future come to light, my beloved master. The others nod, and Gyrahol huffs, you have to come back quickly if you're so worried. Daniel smirks and replies softly, I will move as quickly as possible. Be safe, all of you. With that, Daniel, Hecate, and Rainleaf move to the flyway, with Rainleaf transforming into her true form. Daniel and Hecate thank her and climb on top, and Rainleaf ascends into the sky. As they fly, Daniel observes the siege forces assembled a short ways beyond the outer wall of the town surrounding the citadel. That's a lot of people, remarks Hecate. Daniel shakes his head. It's not enough to attack a castle like the citadel. It's a distraction, if anything. Distraction for what? Asks Hecate, her big triangular ears shifting curiously when she tilts her head to look over her shoulder. If they're here to assassinate me, then that would be it. If they know how to take control of the citadel, but don't know they have to kill me, then they may be trying to infiltrate for that. And lastly, if they know of my dragon-slaying weapons, it's possible they just want to snag one and reverse engineer it.
Whoa.
How do you know that? That's what I'd do if I was in their relative position. Those are their three main objectives if they know what they're dealing with. Unfortunately, if they actually knew what they were up against, they'd have to know they don't stand a chance of success.
Hecate nods.
Especially if you're not there for them to assassinate, right? True, but I'd rather be present than not. That said, this item that we're retrieving has too many secrets. I shouldn't have left it behind, but I was afraid of it getting lost or broken, and I thought I could trust the Stallvalton family. Hecate's ears flatten in sympathy, causing Daniel to pet her head. I'm an old man, Hecate. I'm not worried about it beyond getting it back. Once that's done, I can put the East behind me for good. She nods, leaning back against him. You're not that old, Daniel. We're basically the same age.
He chuckles.
You'll live much longer than I will, so I understand why you're saying that. But, I'm very quickly approaching halfway through my life.
Or I was.
I guess I am a little younger physically, thanks to the summoning magic. Rainleaf cocks her head, but surprisingly, her voice reaches Daniel's ears. You are not old, Daniel. And, you deserve to live longer than all of us.
He chuckles. Reyna?
Since when can you use telepathy on me? Her cheeks shift color tones, and she looks ahead. She admits softly, I asked Zyriko. I noticed you speaking during the two audiences with Gilimsa and the soldiers. You noticed that? She nods her big head ahead of them, flying through the air at a quick cruising speed. You were moving in the same ways you do when you talk. I often watch others. Sorry. I'm not offended or anything. I'm just impressed. That was when your egg was still new, and you couldn't take your hands or eyes off of it.
I thought.
She blushes even more, remaining silent. Hecate asks, wait, so we can use telepathy on your helmet to talk? Daniel nods at her when she looks up from leaning back into him. Apparently so. I knew Zyriko could talk to me directly through my helmet, but I didn't know others could until Reyna mentioned it now. I had assumed the armor was simply a part of Zyriko. Hecate sits up patting Rainleaf on the back urgently.
Reyna, you have to teach me.
I can't use telepathy at all. I thought there was no point if I couldn't use it with Daniel. Part of me wants to prevent you from ever learning, teases Daniel. He tugs playfully on her ear, causing her to squirm as he adds, you'd talk my ears off, even when we're far apart. She whines, trying to deny it.
Though they both know better.
Rainleaf murmurs, it only works when you're wearing your helmet, Mukori. He twitches, and Hecate grins up at him deviously. She adds with a snake-like tone, last I checked, you don't sleep with your helmet on, Daniel. He sighs, smiling at her as he pets her head. She happily lays back against him once more. Of course, she doesn't forget her new objective. You have to promise to teach me, Reyna. I won't forgive you if you don't.
Rainleaf nods.
It is not the same as telepathy on a person, but very similar. Daniel whispers softly, thank you, Reyna. She smiles, cruising along contentedly. Daniel adds, ironically, it's not so different from the object we're getting, in a way. Both Hecate and Rainleaf look back at him, and Hecate asks, really?
How so?
Well, mainly because it's a device for long-range communication, similar to telepathy, or speaking through my helmet. It uses electricity, not magic. Hecate narrows her eyes skeptically. You're lying, aren't you?
He shakes his head.
It won't work that way in this world, since it needs a support infrastructure to be able to talk, and it talks to other devices like itself. So, we'd need a minimum of 2, as well as the communication towers that my world uses. Communication towers? Asks Rainleaf. You got it. Let me think. Does this world use signal towers? Tall structures on mountains with either mirrors, torches, flags, or something like that. Yes, I believe I've seen some of the eastern fortresses use such methods. Or perhaps they're magic flares. Yes, but more specifically similar to the towers, since it has to serve as a relay. My phone sends my voice to the relay tower like telepathy, the relay tower then passes that to the phone I'm calling. If that's what it does, why do you want it? Asks Hecate. Because my world developed these devices to not only do that, but to act like a complete archive of information, not unlike how Zairiko's memories are stored. I have a lot of designs and engineering books stored on it. With them, this world could eventually accelerate beyond its capacity to be safe with the technology. Such as your God Killer?
Daniel nods.
I don't have specific plans on my phone, but similar leaps in technology. I had intended to share them with Wenliana, so I'm sure she's made use of some of the information, but that's fine. The Citadel will be able to outpace anyone in this world, especially because Zairiko can comprehend almost anything quickly, it seems. The other two nod, and Daniel peeks over Rainleaf's shoulder. They're approaching the mountains, thanks to Rainleaf's rather quick cruising speed. The wind magic barrier she has been using to streamline herself and shield Hecate and Daniel ensures there's very little wind for them. Before they reach the mountains, Rainleaf speaks to them both again. Mukori, Hecate, there is something off about the cloud ahead of us.
Off? How so?
I detect a large amount of magic. Daniel studies the cloud. It looks like a fairly standard cumulus cloud, but it's also moving at a fairly quick rate. As he runs through options, a sudden glow catches his eye.
He shouts, Reina! Evade!
She banks hard, narrowly avoiding a long stream of fire that rockets out of the cloud, and she begins climbing quickly. Dragons can fly high above everything else, including wyverns, and their air superiority also comes from their ability to rain magic down upon their enemies. And in a perfect world, that also assumes that no one else can fly after them. The attacks continue with spears of fire, ice, water, and stone race out of the cloud as if a battleship were launching a surprise attack from midair. Rainleaf roars, reminding their attackers that she is a dragon in hopes of intimidating them. In spite of that fact, Daniel knows that, whoever their attackers are, they know that they are attacking a dragon. So much so, that the cloud has accelerated, pursuing after them and leaving behind streamers of fog in a long string. It's not heavy enough to be a glycol fog, so it must be water.
But it's thick enough.
Chaff? And if it is an airship?
Reina!
Can you blast wind across it?
Disperse the cloud.
She nods, rolling in a steep barrel roll as Daniel and Hecate cling to her. She rolls over, flapping her wings with powerful magic gusts concentrated at her wingtips, sending them towards the attacking entity. Her whirlwinds overwhelm the surprisingly robust cloud machine, revealing the hull of a rigid wing craft, similar to a boat with an exposed weather deck and around 30 soldiers anchored down with ropes as they brace against the wind attack. An airship, calls out Daniel. How is this possible? Asks Rainleaf urgently.
Look, points Hecate.
She is pointing at a sigil painted on the wings of the craft, an emblematic Feldrock wielding all of the world's magical elements. Daniel explains, Wenliana. I had described such a machine.
I'll explain later.
Reina, keep avoiding their dash. A sudden crack of thunder explodes, and Rainleaf is slammed off her own flight, falling. Daniel is briefly dazed, but he gathers his senses quickly enough to grip Rainleaf's wing and catch Hecate, who is still stunned by the blast. He pulls Hecate to Rainleaf, and she quickly grabs on.
Hecate! Teleport now! Aye.
You can do it. I believe in you. Her eyes water, and she begins casting the spell. Daniel draws Nemasol with his free hand once Hecate is focused on holding onto the plummeting dragon and closes her eyes. Just as she's finishing her spell, he kicks off of Rainleaf, watching as the two of them vanish in teleport just as a barrage of offensive spells converge. Daniel's heart is racing, but more importantly, his blood is boiling. He draws and aims a grapnel cannon Zairiko made for him, firing it above the airship as he falls. Thankfully, it snags the airship, which is slowing to a stop, and he manages to avoid breaking his arm when his momentum halts, swinging him in a huge arc. The only reason he is able to hang on and ignore the ground far below him is the rage he's feeling. Daniel's swing brings him up across the back of the airship, which has a rounded boat-like shape with broad wings. Each wing contains a sort of jet engine, clearly modeled after those of modern airliners from Daniel's phone, but made with wind magic crystals, specifically, Diamond's Dash. Daniel tumbles to a sliding kneel on the weather deck of the airship, startling the Stahlvolten soldiers around him. His joints and muscles ache, but anger-sparked adrenaline is now coursing through his veins. He quickly pulls out a grenade, pulling the pin and releasing the spoon as he holds it, counting off the fuse. He throws it up and shields his neck. It's a flashbang grenade, blindingly bright and stunningly loud, though the deck of the ship is likely too big for the sound to have its stun effect. Regardless, the Stahlvolten soldiers aren't ready for the light in any way, and most, if not all of them, are briefly blinded. Daniel keeps Nemasol drawn, since it will shield him from magic, and he draws his pistol, firing volleys of 3 to 5 shots at each soldier until they're hit, reloading quickly as he turns in a circle, firing as he also checks around himself. Daniel murmurs, Nemasol, If you are by some chance a spirit-infused sword, I could use your help. I need to cut into the hull. Daniel blocks a magic spell with the blade just as he sees the caster, and he fires, knocking the soldier off of his feet. The soldier slides down the hull, bringing his rope taut. Daniel's attention is soon drawn to Nemasol, as the magic sword begins to glow.
He smirks. Thank you.
He slashes the hull of the ship with a quick swing, blocking and firing in alternation when other soldiers take notice of him. Once a rupture is made in the hull, he is able to clear away enough room for him to drop down inside. He's near the tail of the craft, but it's rather open inside, similar to the inside of a regular nautical ship of the age of sail. There are multiple decks, but the cargo hold takes up the most space, and there are fewer soldiers inside. Daniel isn't a fraction of the soldier that these men and women are. They could easily defeat him in a one-on-one battle of magic or strength. But Daniel comes from a world without magic. He casts 2 more flashbang grenades forward, bracing as they explode. Fortunately for him, his armor is prepared for it, and it protects his ears. The enclosed hull of the ship makes it far worse for the others, and many of them, especially those with sensitive hearing, such as the Gatanines, cry out in agony and pain. Daniel works his way forward, shoving one of the soldiers over the railing into the cargo hold. He navigates forward, blocking a haphazardly fired spell from one of the soldiers able to summon a shred of focus enough to cast the spell. In spite of his best efforts, Daniel takes a hit in the chest that tumbles him back, and it takes everything to hold onto his weapons. Nemasol will return to its sheath if he ever drops it, but the pistol won't. Zyriko is still studying the return function and figuring out how to apply it to the weapons. Daniel spots the large cannon barrel running along the lower middle of the airship. He can't tell for certain, but it felt and sounded like a clap of thunder more than anything else. If he had to guess, it's some sort of pressure cannon, using air pressure to create a small high-intensity shockwave pulse that specifically has the dragons in mind. He hopes Rainleaf is alright, but he needs to focus on halting this airship.
And destroying that cannon.
Daniel scrambles and fires his pistol at the mage that just hit him with magic, and the mage cries out, toppling to the floor. Daniel throws tear gas and smoke bombs out. His helmet isn't completely sealed, but it does have filters on it, so it should protect him well enough. As the smoke begins causing coughing, the soldiers urgently cry out, believing there to be fires or damaged equipment. A few spells fly through the smoke, and a wind mage tries to blow all of the smoke out, but the grenades keep billowing out thick clouds, and the coughing is able to throw off concentration for powerful spells.
Or much of anything.
Daniel experienced an extremely watered-down tear gas in military boot camp. It was a training exercise known as the confidence chamber to demonstrate how gas masks work. Even at 5% potency, the gas makes it difficult for most to see, speak, and even breathe. Daniel cranked his tear gas up to as potent as possible. Only the lucky few might prove resistant. The rest, defense comes to a grinding halt. Daniel finds a position over the shockwave cannon, and he withdraws dynamite from his magic bag. He was hoping he wouldn't have to use actual explosives, but he ensured he had something just in case. Now, he's glad he did. He lights the fuse quickly and tosses the dynamite into the hold, landing it near the shockwave generator, by the looks and position of the equipment. Just as he's about to run to the cockpit, he is pounced by a heavy weight, being tackled to the ground. He drops Nemasol into the hold, while his pistol tumbles forward on the mid-deck. Daniel does his best to try to fight back to his feet, but the soldier grapples him, putting him into a chokehold. The armor protects him, but Daniel can't lose his pistol, and he made the fuse about 10 seconds. Tough cough, tough bastard, aren't ya, demon? Growls the soldier trying to choke out Daniel. Daniel tries to elbow back, but the guard is wearing armor, and it has little effect. Another pair of soldiers are jogging towards them from ahead. The fog is getting clear enough for them to resume defending, and his gun is laying just out of reach. Suddenly, a young female voice yells, "HYH." The soldier pinning Daniel grunts as extra weight lands on them, and the soldiers ahead come to a stop. Daniel can hear and feel flames being produced, as well as the bright glow, and the soldier screams, flailing off of Daniel. A small form swoops down in front of Daniel, a young girl in armor similar to his, with big triangular ears and a large poofy black tail. Her hand finds Daniel's pistol, and she whirls, firing at the two soldiers before they can cast attack spells. Daniel rolls over, pulling a dagger off of his belt, but the guard Hecate just burned is launched over him, and Hecate with immense force, slamming into the wall of the airship and falling into the hold of the vessel. Then, with a deep breath, a young woman in a highly conservative, shroud-like dress flares her dress mantle out like wings. She exhales just as deeply, but a spark ignites at her mouth, and a devastatingly purplish-blue flame roars ahead of them, casting a demonic glow throughout the hull of the ship as it lances through the side opposite them, and the soldiers scream and flee out of her literal line of fire. She sweeps down and across, lancing the hull of the airship and causing it to lurch violently as one of the engines gives out. Wenliana is smart, but she might have overlooked the need for redundancies. Modern aircraft of Earth can generally return to an airfield with half of their engines, and can generally stay airborne with only one, able to fly without any of them so long as the plane is gliding forward in the worst cases of scenarios, so long as there is power to the steering surfaces. Wenliana made the first airship in this world, and they haven't learned the many lessons engineers of Earth learned through the oldest currency in the world, blood itself. Daniel scrambles to his feet, snagging Rainleaf by the hand and pulling her to Hecate, who is already following him. He tackles them both to the ground, shouting, "Get down dash!"
Kaboom!
Daniel's dynamite just exploded. Captain Muindis observes from a hilltop obscured by brush and trees as the first catapult projectiles are launched. The Citadel's ruler, a young fox-like girl, has allowed the siege line to set up without confrontation. It becomes quickly clear why. The jars of flammable oil smash on a barrier that was invisible until the moment the clay containers reached and smashed against its surface. The oil even runs down the curved dome of energy like it's a solid pane of glass, yet the gossamer energy looks ghastly and ethereal, like solidified magic itself. Darner murmurs quietly as he studies the same sight from beside Muindis, a barrier. It wasn't present when we last arrived. We weren't attacking. This must be why Hecate hasn't bothered to send any troops.
Look there.
Muindis points towards a high point on the Titanic castle. Dwarfed by the castle's mountainous size rest several full-size dragons, leisurely watching the ineffective siege. Over 20,000 men and women of the allied nations marched on the citadel, and yet, the dragons are barely interested. It's like an adult watching a child fail at an innocuous task requiring no intervention. The dragons. They don't see us as a threat at all, do they? No, but if Lady Wenliana's airship is everything the rumors say, we may yet see fear in their eyes. Darner takes a breath and exhales. No one asks the question they're all thinking. They haven't even seen how the Citadel's defensive forces fight yet, which includes multiple dragons, and they haven't even sparked the interest of the titanic creatures of legend. Many of them are lounging or basking in the sun, not threatened in the least. They are like a final tournament champion waiting for a challenger to earn the right to face them. Few in the Grand Duchy believe they'll survive the mission. There are doubts they'll even be able to find Daniel in a castle so large, let alone extract him. There's no telling what forces are present in the castle, how numerous they are, and how strong they are. Supposedly, the silent knight that stood behind Hecate is the one who defeated the rumored Feldrock lording over the citadel for many centuries, and both he and Hecate had brought all of the dragons into their service, by all appearances. One of the dragons flew off before the siege began, but they flew east. Hopefully, the airship can prove its mettle against its first challenger. Muindis looks at his infiltration team. There are around 50 of them from various specialist squads of Stalvoltan guards. While not all of them are as close-knit as their own squads, they are all proud Stalvoltan battle mages. There are no individual soldiers in the allied kingdoms that can face off against them, and this will be the first real trial of the elite soldiers against the 9 invincible dragons. The Grand Duke himself had hoped that 10 Stalvoltan guards could take down a dragon with his specialized training regimen, and Muindis has 50 at his disposal for this mission. He gathers his resolve once more.
They've come this far. Let's move.
We need to search for side or back entrances while the siege keeps the attention forward. If they aren't being attacked, all the better. The soldiers nod in agreement, and they continue as planned. The terrain around the citadel, much like the citadel itself, is mountainous, with one of the faces of the castle butting up against a cliff that overlooks the massive lake to the northwest of the castle. There is likely an entrance or exit near the water, since it would be an acceptable escape route for virtually all races, since dragons can swim, and a boat would be relatively quiet when fleeing under cover of night. Some of the castle town and wall extends down to the lake as well, meaning they'll still need to bypass the perimeter of the wall, but it should be less guarded than the siege front for the time being. The soldiers navigate over the rocky fjord, carefully filing in line and using minimal ground magic to ensure they never lose their footing. Physical enhancement magic strengthens their own muscles, allowing them to climb with much less effort and much greater dexterity. The combination allows them to remain silent and move cautiously, not drawing the attention of any lookouts they may not have seen yet. As they reach the lake, they regroup, ensuring everyone has made it. With silent, affirmative nods, they quietly enter the water, using wind magic crystals to feed them air as they swim, a device created by Wenliana during large-scale production of the airship parts. Muindis never got to see the airship himself, but the rumors speak of a majestic craft that does in fact sail through the sky, squashing the air superiority of the dragons. They swim under the surface of the water, staying a little below to avoid noisy swirls. Those with water magic are bringing up the rear, able to accelerate the whole troop through the water with a magic current to help ease the swim. Soon enough, they reach the shallows once more, and they meticulously regroup. Once together, they each hold their breath, carefully peeking above the top of the water. As might be expected, Hecate ordered the villagers away from the siege forces, demons and demon kin living in the citadel surrounding town. They are all but living naturally and casually though. Muindis makes a few hand gestures, and the squad divides up into much smaller teams, going ashore where they can stay out of line of sight and approach the town. Muindis leads a group of 5, with Darna right behind him. As they stalk cautiously through the town, avoiding being spotted by the demon kin, Muindis spots what he's looking for.
A goblin.
It's a female goblin, wearing a simple dress with surprisingly frilly adornments as she walks with a basket. It's a strange sight, since the goblins Muindis has seen and heard about are savages, often clothed in little more than rags and bloodthirsty flesh-eaters. He grips his dagger, checking his squad. The last information they had was that Daniel was fed to goblins. Assuming that isn't true, it could still be possible that Hecate has the goblins keeping him prisoner as a threat of torture. Even if not, they can simply kill her and move on. Muindis signals the other groups, who are watching him from other positions scattered in the shadows of buildings. They're using a specialized magic that dampens their presence, especially in shadows, while not burning through their mana as quickly as invisibility magic does. The Grand Duke believed it was better to conserve mana for offense and active defense in battle than to burn it on infiltration where skill and lesser magic can suffice. Muindis stalks the goblin woman until she's in a secluded enough position, and he swoops out, scooping her up and covering her mouth as he drags her back, led by Darner guiding him with his hand on the captain's shoulder. Once in the alley, they pin the goblin to the wall, pressing daggers to her neck. Muindis whispers sharply, "If you don't want to die, you'll stay quiet and answer our questions." "Not that I'm promising anything." The goblin nods in understanding, her eyes watering. Goblins are considered barely sentient in most cases. Their animalistic behavior often leads many to believe they are simply bipedal animals, but scholars still classify them as sentient for 2 reasons: they can communicate with words, and they can deceive with sympathy. They may not be particularly smart in most cases, but they can be crafty, and won't hesitate to feign weakness until they have the upper hand. Thankfully, they're incredibly weak on their own, relying mostly on numbers and ambush tactics. Muindis whispers, "We're looking for a human named Daniel. He should be the only human in this castle." Her eyes widen, and to Muindis's pleasant surprise, she knows exactly who he's talking about. "So, you've heard of him?"
She nods. Shek meet.
Shek see alive. "You speak the Eastern language?" asks Darner.
Yes. Shek learn. Master order.
Shek talk to master. She looks at the group of 5 soldiers keeping her hostage for the moment. "Take us to Daniel. Now." "Why you want?" asks Shek nervously. Darner hisses, "That's not for you to know, scum." Her eyes water, and she trembles in Muindis's grip. Shek no dangerous. Shek love master. Shek no want die. Then take us to where Daniel is." She hesitates, but nods. Muindis tosses her to the ground, and she hits the ground on her side, sniffling. She cautiously climbs to her feet, looking up at the soldiers. Muindis growls, "If you try anything, our archer will split your skull no matter where you run." He gestures his head at Halbrand, the ranger specialist in their group. The goblin trembles, confirming with a nervous dip of her head. She wipes her face and climbs to her feet. She whimpers, this way. Follow Shek." The small goblin woman walks wearily, nervously hugging her arms as she leads. Muindis follows in the open, wary of those around them, but they don't give him a second glance. It seems Hecate hasn't designated the Grand Duchy as enemies yet, or word hasn't reached the town. While Halbrand is the primary deterrent for Shek to try anything, Muindis keeps his own fire spell ready to cast. However, goblins are simple creatures. Shek probably doesn't care about anything but surviving and being with whomever her master is, which is likely Hecate. Shek leads him into the citadel itself, and the true scope of the castle once more hits him. He is truly tiny within the massive halls of a castle that could only have been built for the dragons. Even knowing where they're going, it could take hours to navigate, depending on where they're walking. And to avoid drawing attention, they have to move slowly. Strangely though, the hallways are empty. There are no golems or soldiers. The knight doesn't appear, nor does Hecate herself. And the dragons seem to be all on the roof or the turrets of the castle, watching the siege with little to no interest. For now, the soldiers keep cautious, most of them stalking after Muindis and Shek in the obscuring shadows of the hallway.
Kaboom!
Skre glang grrrbomm. Daniel feels the airship rattle and shake violently as the dynamite explodes, shredding the hull of the airship and forcing its hull to twist and mangle as the shockwave cannon suffers catastrophic damage. Immediately afterwards, more equipment shears and buckles, and metal structure and wooden planks snap and rumble against each other. Gravity seems to decay into nothing as the airship begins falling, and all of its passengers, crew, and boarders along with it. Daniel ponders his options as he makes sure Hecate and Rainleaf are all right. In addition to the mangling metal, shrapnel was flung all over. Thankfully, both of them are okay, though they were startled by the attack. Hecate cries out, "What was that?" as she floats with Daniel's right hand holding her close. "My explosion magic," jokes Daniel, checking over Rainleaf as she drifts with them, watching his face worriedly. "You're explaining later, Daniel," shouts Hecate. He assents with a bob of his head. "Raina, can you fly?" She nods, her wings sprouting from her back. In her human form, she can still fly with all three of them together, but it's much more awkward and prevents Daniel and Hecate from effectively being able to maneuver, as well as occupying Rainleaf's hands or legs while she's trying to balance and fly. While they are currently enemies, Daniel doesn't want to kill the Stalvoltan soldiers if he can help it. Even in his worst-case scenarios, he doesn't believe Arameliana wants him dead. She would have him killed if she believed she couldn't recapture him, but she doesn't specifically want to lose his technology. In such a case, she's not explicitly an enemy, though she's not truly his ally if that's the case. That said, the soldiers are following orders, and they can't win no matter how hard they try. The opponents they're up against are far out of their league, though Wenliana definitely made them a contender with a shockwave cannon that knocked Rainleaf out of the sky.
Raina,
"If you can, I'd like you to stop the airship from slamming into the ground." Both she and Hecate look at him in shock.
they attacked us, snaps Hecate. They hurt Raina.
Raina remains silent, but Daniel replies, "I know. Raina, I won't hate you if you refuse or lie to me that you can't. But, I'm asking because I want to minimize casualties. I don't want us to be killers.
I wasn't cautious enough."
She looks away briefly, perhaps at someone specific, one of the hapless Stalvoltan soldiers clinging for dear life to the railings or other structure of the airship. Rainleaf finally looks Daniel in the eyes and nods. She flies with Daniel and Hecate out of the hole he entered by, navigating through the smoke coming from the destroyed airship as it plummets. The ground is getting close quickly, and Rainleaf calls out, "Hang on to me." Daniel and Hecate hug her waist, freeing up Rainleaf's hands as she follows the airship down. She casts a massive wind spell that creates a cyclone with a strong updraft. Daniel has to fight to hang on to Rainleaf, but he feels strong hands tighten around his arms. Hecate is using her Feldrock strength to keep him in place. Daniel nods gratefully, and he watches as the airship's descent finally slows shortly before reaching the ground, and Rainleaf specifically softens it to a much lower drop. It still creates a resounding thud, but most if not all of the soldiers should survive, considering Daniel was using low-velocity rounds to try to minimize damage to painful and penetrating, but not shred their bodies to unsurvivable pieces. Their fates are once again their own, and their airship, specifically its cannon, should be incapacitated for the rest of the siege. Rainleaf ascends, maneuvering in a fancy whirl to position Daniel and Hecate so that they are on her back when she transforms back into her true form. Now, she looms over the wreckage of the downed airship once more. Daniel points, "See those cylinders under the wings?
Yes.
Those are the engines. Destroy them, and the airship will remain grounded here." She gives a nod of her head, swooping down and strafing with her dragon breath at full power once more, lancing through the casings and the magic crystal-powered jet engines on one side before circling around and doing the same for the others. The disoriented soldiers are only able to muster a couple of attacks, sheltering themselves from the flames as Rainleaf swoops by much faster than her casual cruising speed was. As she arcs up through the air, Daniel studies the wreckage. The soldiers are working to rescue the injured and combat the flames with water magic. They don't have the luxury of retaliating now, lest they be overwhelmed by the flames claiming the wooden hull of the airship. Rainleaf cruises at a fair distance, studying the damage, but remaining at a range that will allow her to evade effectively. "Do you want me to save them, Master?"
No. You've done more than enough. Their fate is their own now. Thank you.
She dips her head to confirm, banking to return to their course eastward. Hecate pivots on Rainleaf's back, unafraid of falling, and she smacks Daniel's chest repeatedly with tiny fists.
You jerk.
"How could you leave us? You were successfully teleporting away. I wanted to destroy that cannon. Which reminds me, Raina, are you all right?" She nods, glancing back at him for a moment with a small smile.
Yes, Mukori.
I was caught off guard, and it did hurt, but I will be fine.
Will be?
Asks Daniel skeptically. She sheepishly admits softly, I'm still a little sore. We can return to the Citadel.
This mission can wait. Or I can. No. No.
Rainleaf replied first, but Hecate instantly added her objection.
You can't go alone.
You agreed to let us help.
Daniel pets her head. And you have.
You guys really did save me there. I am capable of finishing the mission, my beloved master. Thank you for your concern, though.
Daniel sighs. Of course.
I don't want any of you to push yourself past your limits. Hecate huffs, crossing her arms.
Speak for yourself, Daniel.
Rainleaf gives a nod in agreement, scowling lightly over her shoulder for emphasis as she cruises through the sky.
Daniel chuckles. You got me.
He leaves out the part about feeling more expendable than everyone else. In the grand scheme of things, he's much more easily replaceable than anyone else he has come into contact with. Relaxing offense for a moment, Hecate asks curiously, So, what was that explosion spell you used? Daniel grins, though his helmet hides his face. In simple terms, a simple stick of a type of alchemy powder. Hecate cocks her head, and as usual, her big ears emphasize the effect.
A bomb.
We called it dynamite on my world. Not as powerful as some other mixtures, but easy enough for me to remember what goes into it. Didn't think I'd have to use it though. It brought down that airship. Master, you are ever more impressive. With another chuckle, Daniel asks, You think so? I figured I can't top the one we used against the Devourer. That you always seem to have a solution for every problem is what remains impressive. Hecate nods in agreement with the dragon. Daniel replies softly, Not every problem. It's easy to look impressive when you choose the battles you can win. Without the Citadel, I could do very little against the enemies we're facing. I likely couldn't have defeated all of you dragons. I had every intention to take down Big Red, but I figured I'd die trying. Hecate and Rainleaf are both quiet for a moment. I'm glad you were the victor, Mukori. Even if there are problems you cannot solve alone, I will always dedicate myself to aid you in any way I can.
Happily so.
She blushes a little, smiling over her shoulder. Daniel smiles and dips his head reverently.
Thank you, Reina.
Don't forget me, Daniel. Interjects Hecate. You'll always have my support before anyone else's. Daniel chuckles, petting Hecate's head, which prompts her to hug him. Yes, yes, Hecate. Thank you very much. I'm glad I can rely on you. She continues hugging him for a little longer, and Daniel studies the ground ahead and far below them. It's strange compared to flying overhead in an airplane. There are no obvious roads in the way Earth has. There are no points of light drawing the eye, and even large structures are difficult to notice on their own. A few fortresses and their accompanying towns are easy to spot, and Daniel searches carefully. There. That looks like the river that passes through Mornisti. So, the capital should be there. Daniel points, saying, Reina, do you see that river with a castle town a little to the left of our heading? It's pretty far out. Rainleaf scans ahead of them.
She twitches,
Yes. Is that our destination?
It's close.
We need to head southwest of there. Daniel follows his own estimated positioning, but he recalls the heavy foliage and landscaping around Arameliana's estate, which now that he thinks about it, will make it difficult to spot from the air. Should I fly over the capital and head that direction then?
Yes.
I can't see the mansion from here. Rainleaf agrees, and she closes in her wings, diving to pick up speed and close the distance faster. Should we worry about more of those things, Daniel? Asks Hecate. The airship. She nods to confirm his question, and he replies, We should definitely be cautious, but I don't know that they would have built more without having tested even one against their obvious target. That it can knock a dragon out of the sky is a threat, and I don't want to see anyone get hurt if we can help it. Hopefully, they'll get the message. Won't they just make it stronger then? Daniel is quiet for a moment, and both Hecate and Rainleaf look at him.
Of course they will, he murmurs.
But we can delay that process by getting my phone back.
Hecate scoots up against him. I wasn't accusing you, Daniel.
They made that thing, not you.
Agreed, Mukori.
Everything you've done has been with the best intentions. Your former comrades betrayed those intentions.
Daniel sighs.
That's easy enough to say, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Rainleaf spreads her wings again, resuming a more steady glide as she banks around to head southwest of the castle.
Hecate remarks as she looks down, "Wow.
You weren't exaggerating about the east standing no chance, were you?"
Daniel remains quiet.
He sees exactly what the Feldrock girl is getting at. There really never was anything but Vergrays standing between the seats of power of the Eastern Alliance and the dragons that could raze them to the ground in an afternoon. Winged drakes and wyverns are difficult to tame, and they are loyal to their bonded master. Humankin have neither the patience nor talent in general to tame them, and thus have no reliable method of reaching the skies before that vessel. Rainleaf's telepathic explanation trails off at the end as disappointment seeps in. It was undoubtedly a point of pride for them. Daniel gently pats her neck. "You're still the masters of the sky, Reyna. And even if that becomes doubtful, we'll make something to restore your status."
She smiles and nods. Hecate points there. "Look."
She points down at the ground, and Rainleaf and Daniel both scan below them.
"What is it?" asks Daniel.
"There's a lot of mana there. Like," she thinks for a second, gripping her magic crystals to show Daniel.
"Like these."
Bright points of it. Rainleaf studies again, and her head twitches. "Yes, I see it now, looking for mana specifically. There is a massive concentration of mana coming from a large humankin structure." Daniel thinks for a moment, looking back at the kingdom's capital behind them. He estimates the distance as best as he can, wondering if it's the right distance. He only made the trip a couple of times, so it's difficult to be sure, and there is still a lot of foliage where Hecate pointed, so he can't see any of the distinguishing features of the mansion. Not to mention, if an asset of the Stalvalten Grand Duchy had an anti-dragon cannon on its airship, even if it wasn't nearly as lethal as Daniel's, he doesn't want to risk Rainleaf taking another hit. "You two remember what I said about shock drop?" They both nod and Daniel says, "We'll jump then. If they spot you coming down, they might have more of those shockwave cannons, or worse, a projectile weapon that can harm you. Are you both ready?"
"Yes. I will catch you, Daniel." "Catch me too, please."
"I still can't fly," admits Hecate bashfully.
"Of course."
"Thank you," replies Daniel.
"On my mark. 3, 2, 1 mark. Let's go."
Daniel takes Hecate's hand, and they jump from Rainleaf's back over the castle, holding hands as they freefall during the long drop towards the ground.
Daniel?"
"Yeah," shouts Daniel over the wind.
Is this?
"I'm afraid of heights."
And you jumped?
"Wait. You came on this mission at all? When you're with me, I'm not afraid. Don't let go."
"I won't."
They keep their hands interlocked, and Daniel studies the ground.
She'll really catch us, alright?
Should I start the teleportation spell in case? Reyna won't let us down.
Hold on to me.
Hecate closes her eyes and grips Daniel's hands tightly. Daniel uses the moment to try to glance up, and he notices a quick flash of wings directly over him. Rainleaf swoops in along his left side, looking into Daniel's eyes.
Though she can't see it, he smiles. "Come here often, Reyna?"
She smiles, though she doesn't know how to answer. She knows it's a joke, so she won't answer innocently, but otherwise has no idea what to say. Instead, she simply takes control of Hecate's right hand and Daniel's left, using her wings to slow their descent as they approach the ground. She then lowers them at a much safer speed, but still quickly enough to avoid drawing attention. Hecate refuses to open her eyes, even after her feet are on the ground, and Daniel teases, "Hecate, we're safe now."
"Sure.
I'm focused on holding your hand." Daniel looks at Rainleaf, who has yet to let go of his other hand. She blushes, looking away for a moment as she shrinks into the high collar of her dress and mantle. He sighs, simply relaxing with them for a moment. It doesn't sound like they've been spotted, and so, there's plenty of time for Hecate to calm down. After she is able to restore her composure, Hecate opens her eyes. "We're on the ground. I said that 10 minutes ago."
"Shut up. Don't bully me."
"I confessed my fear to you because I trust you." Daniel smiles, petting her head gently once he can extract his hand. "I was scared too."
"Why you were?"
"But if I panicked, it'd have been even worse for you, right?" She blushes, looking down sheepishly. "Why yeah. Now then, Reyna, how are you feeling?" Rainleaf, now in her humanoid form, cocks her head.
"I'm unharmed, master."
"I'm not afraid of heights." "Are you still sore from the shockwave?"
"Oh. I'm all right."
"If I can't go further, I'll let you know." Daniel hesitates, but he decides to leave it be for now. Rainleaf is still a powerful dragon, so she could easily annihilate the entire estate if she wanted to. The problem is whether or not she'll return unharmed. Unlike the Dragon Lord and his brother, she's not a bloodthirsty battle junkie. If anything, she seems like the kind of person that would close herself off in her home and get by on snacks and books.
Don't push yourself, Reyna.
Now that we're here, Hecate can get me back to safety. Hecate nods proudly with her hands on her hips. Rainleaf gives a prideful nod as well. Yes, my beloved Mukori. I won't allow myself to be harmed. He nods, satisfied, and the three begin to sneak towards the mansion. Once they can see the mansion, Hecate and Rainleaf cast stealth spells on themselves and Daniel. They aren't invisible, but the spell does a good job of deflecting attention away from them, similar to strangers on the street. An extremely attentive guard might notice something out of place, but it should prevent them from being spotted as long as they're subtle about their movements. Daniel can't draw Nemasol for now, lest he disrupt the spell. It would be handy to have it as a sort of interception shield for any surprise magic attacks, but he might as well start shouting that he's present if he does draw it. They sneak through the wall using magic, restoring it before anyone can find the hole. From there, it's relatively simple to get into the mansion, so long as they avoid the guards. Daniel leads the way as they stalk through the mansion. Footsteps approach, and he silently signals for them to duck into a nearby room. They stand by silently as they wait for the individuals to make their way past.
Hecate hums softly. Don't flirt with them, Daniel.
What are you even talking about? She points at him sternly with a glare, laying her ears back for emphasis. She shakes her finger to reiterate, cocking her head and widening her eyes suspiciously.
Daniel sighs.
Must have been Yanni and May.
She gasps. So,
you do know them. She bats on his chest with her fists, and Daniel sighs. I have no idea who it was.
Can we go?
She frowns up at him, crossing her arms.
I won't flirt with anyone.
Not even you. She smiles, but then her face resumes her glare just as quickly as Daniel steps past her to investigate the hall once more. Hecate whispers, hey. Rainleaf remarks softly, this mansion is rather elaborate. The Stalvoltan Grand Duchy is one of the wealthiest families in the kingdom of Mornisti. If they've been successfully selling diamonds, they're likely the wealthiest family in the East, if not the world. The other two nod, though Daniel isn't looking at them. He's cautiously listening and searching around for anyone else. It has been a while, but Daniel recalls the path well enough. They reach the wing of the mansion where Wenliana's lab is, and he peeks through the door quietly. There isn't anyone hustling about, so perhaps Wenliana isn't present. He checks behind him, and Rainleaf and Hecate both nod. They can each hear far better than he can, so they're confirming that they're in the clear. Daniel quietly opens the door and sneaks inside. What he finds surprises him. Wenliana paces her lab back and forth. Daniel speaks of ways to track things over long distances, especially aircraft, in case they got lost or were shot down. She didn't really realize it, but she wonders if this is what ship owners and large merchants feel about their ships when they send them out to sea. She glanced at a floating magic crystal, a diamond that she was able to create by combining several different spells to create a crystal that defies gravity. She hasn't figured out the best use for it, yet, but it proves that she can layer rather complex spells onto a diamond and still retain powerful effects. The magic artisan also has a small generator running off of water pressure from a water crystal. She's still experimenting with converting the electric energy from the generator to pure mana. If she can, Wenliana can change the water pressure turbine to a water wheel and continuously charge crystals. But first, she has to figure out how to convert that energy. The young woman collapses in the otherworldly chair, turning in a slow circle with a sigh. She read through her notes once more. Wenliana is juggling too many simultaneous projects in addition to the airship that successfully left a couple weeks ago to join the mission to find Daniel. Arameliana hasn't told Wenliana everything about it, but she weapon knows enough to know that Arameliana asked for a specialized for a reason. Wenliana has no idea how the airship's cannon will work. Can it stop a dragon? Is it lethal or non-lethal? She mainly wanted to only knock dragons out of the sky, but falling from that height could be deadly to even the mightiest beings of the world. Dragons have perished before, after all. However, why? Why did things have to change? Why did we have to do any of this? She puts her head down on her desk, fidgeting with a pen. Before she knows it, she's asleep. When she wakes up, Wenliana stretches with a yawn. Her face is a little sore from sleeping on her arm at her workbench. Fortunately, the chair is immensely soft, so it caused her no discomfort. That said, as the magic artisan is clearing her brain out of drowsiness, she finds that she's covered in a blanket. It's possible Arameliana came by, or one of the maids. Liana folds the blanket as she begins anew after her nap. She yawns and stretches a little, and then puts her glasses on. I wonder if the airship has reached the citadel yet. I hope they don't do anything rash and try to fight the dragons. Liana checks her generator, which is still running. I should see if I can find a way to quantify mana stored in a crystal. Salt crystals never really mattered, since most applications can last for 5 years, which is long enough to get their worth, I think. But if the airship were to be airborne and suddenly lose power? She ponders it for a moment.
That's it. Daniel's artifact.
It has a meter for how much electricity it has. Surely there are documents about how such a feat is accomplished. She walks briskly to the secure room of her lab, where she keeps the otherworldly device hidden and powered by Daniel's charger hooked into a generator he built. Strangely, when she arrives, she notices something off about the room. She tries to look around, searching for what's out of place.
The lights are normal.
The window is covered with a metal plate. There is nothing but silence in the room and the special equipment that she.
Silence.
Liana snaps her gaze to the bench where it should be. Where a generator should be running, powering a strange, small brick with 2 metal prongs and a strange string that connects to an otherworldly archive of wisdom.
All of it is gone.
Liana staggers forward, her blood pressure dropping as the shock takes hold. She rubs her eyes, still staggering towards the desk that served as a sort of altar to knowledge with how important the device is. Once she arrives at the desk, she can clearly see that the generator, the charger, and the phone have all vanished. All that remains is a single sheet of paper. She looks around, finally deciding to look at the paper. Horror has seized her mind, and she can barely process. On the paper are written the words, "I'm sorry, but I had to do this. Farewell, Liana." She stares at the paper for a long time. The hand that wrote those letters is careful and well practiced at writing the Imperial Common Language. Despite all that, they still show the meticulous and ultimately unnatural line formation of an amateur, someone still polishing their writing ability. Someone from another world. She murmurs softly, D-.
Daniel? But why?
Nearby, she finds a single strand of black hair, faintly glowing. Shortly before, Daniel opens the door to Liana's lab. Liana isn't bustling around or studiously poring over a manuscript. Instead, she's asleep at one of her many workbenches. Daniel gestures for Hecate and Rainleaf to remain quiet, and they nod in confirmation. In addition to her being present, which is only a slight setback, Daniel marvels at the many new devices Liana has managed to build in the brief time that she's had unlimited access to his phone. He sees an electric generator powering the mana charging device, though it doesn't seem to be working quite like when Liana did it herself. She must still be working on it. There's a strange crystal floating all on its own inside of a special containment system. He sees a few incomplete systems, though they look like they could be some sort of engine in order to drive either pumps or even perhaps carriages. There are also many notes scattered around on the chalkboards, paper notes, and even on the desk itself, much of which Daniel recognizes as phonetically translated English words, like when specific English words are translated to Japanese, sounding almost identical to the English word itself, but using the Japanese syllables. She has been translating what she can from the phone, doing her best to make sense of it, and then developing technologies using the magic equipment she knows to make equivalents for this world. Daniel smiles reverently, and Hecate glares at him. He gestures with his hands for her to relax, and she resists the urge to growl. She tenses, storming across the room for a moment and pouting in a corner. Daniel rolls his eyes and continues searching. He can hear another generator in the next room, which if he remembers right, is Liana's locked room. He looks to Rainleaf, pointing at the door. He shakes his hands in a motion mimicking trying to open the door but not being successful. "You wish for me to unlock the door with magic, Mukori?" asks Rainleaf's voice via telepathy. Daniel nods affirmatively, and she nods in turn. "Leave it to me." Rainleaf approaches the door, beginning to cast a spell that creates a magic circle. Daniel watches for a moment, glancing at Liana. She's still asleep for now, but they'll need to move quickly if she wakes up. As far as he knows, she doesn't practice offensive magic, but that doesn't mean she can't or won't put up a fight. However, as he's waiting for Rainleaf to open the door, Hecate does something surprising. She silently withdraws a blanket from her magic bag, approaching Liana quietly. Daniel reaches towards her, but he doesn't want to say anything for fear of waking her up. Hecate's not especially violent, but he isn't sure what she's doing. Her intentions prove to be completely wholesome though. She simply covers Liana with the blanket gently, being extra careful not to disturb the magic artisan. She spots Daniel watching her, and she flinches, walking away with her hands behind her back like she did nothing. "I've got it." Daniel exhales, being sure not to make noise, and he walks to the door. Rainleaf opens it for him, and he nods at her. He moves inside and inspects the room. Sure enough, there's the generator, charger, and phone all together. He approaches as he withdraws one of his medium magic bags from storage in a small bag, and he collects all of the items to go with his phone. "I hate doing this, but I guess I could call this my pension, right?" He shakes his head at his own dumb rationalization, but he decides to leave a note. He writes a brief note before joining the other two at the door. They close the door and lock it from the inside, and Hecate casts the return spell, instantly returning them to the citadel. As soon as they're safely in the return circle, Hecate pounces on Daniel. "You thought she was pretty, didn't you?"
Ha!
Daniel pries the Feldrock girl off of himself, retorting, "Hecate, jealousy isn't a good look on you. Especially when you've still yet to win the Hecate game even once." She twitches in his arms, crossing her own arms as she looks away with a sassy huff. "That means she is pretty."
Daniel sighs. "Yes. But I'm here, aren't I?"
"I could have sabotaged the mission if I wanted to stay." She pouts, saying nothing. "Those devices," starts Rainleaf. "Are they what you wish to retrieve?" Daniel nods as he sets Hecate down.
"Indeed.
"Specifically my phone." Daniel withdraws the phone, inspecting it. Sure enough, it's in perfect condition, and he's able to show the screen to the other two, who marvel at it for a moment. "It looks like the panels in the Citadel," remarks Hecate.
Agreed.
"Interestingly enough, it works the same basic way." Rainleaf asks softly, "Do you think the Citadel was built by someone of your world, Mukori?" Both she and Hecate wait for his answer. "It's certainly possible, but highly unlikely. I suspect it's an avenue of technology that simplifies usage and efficiency, similar to how my world also had bows and arrows, swords and spears just as this world does. Once firearms became widespread, those other weapons became all but obsolete, serving more as collectibles or much more specific tools, such as for hunting. You would be unlikely to hear about any of those weapons used in warfare, save unique cases where firearms are unavailable to the ones using them." Daniel shows one of the documents on his phone to the two, and Zyriko arrives in a teleport. "I take it the mission was a success?" Daniel nods, but Hecate growls no. Daniel left a love letter for that woman. He's recruiting another mistress. Can you believe it? "Yes," retorts Zyriko with all of the gentleness of a brick. Hecate can only gasp and stammer as she glares at the golem, and Daniel sighs. Says the little Feldrock girl who covered her with a blanket all on her own. Hecate gasps, now turning her betrayed gaze on Daniel.
"I."
"That's," she crosses her arms and looks away. "I'm not a heartless monster."
She looked cold.
Daniel kneels to Hecate's level, and he holds her head for a moment, kissing her cheek. She instantly turns bright pink, stammering as she sheepishly stares at him. He smiles gently, petting her head. "And that's why I'm proud of you, Hecate."
"Thank you."
Hecate can only stammer and squeak unintelligibly, and she finally whirls away from Daniel, hiding her face with as much of her body as she can, including her big fluffy tail. Daniel chuckles warmly. He then stands up, asking as he does, "How is the siege going?"
"Interesting, Daniel."
"I decided to try something in the last hour or so. I've been having the mud golems go into battle unarmed, and they are simply capturing weapons. It is causing quite the confusion of those wise enough to retreat in order to try to claim a new weapon, while those who stand and fight the mud golems become living shields as they are absorbed into the mud." Zyriko quickly adds, "I am ensuring they can breathe and doing my best to keep them from being hit by stray bolts. Most of the soldiers are reluctant to attack the golems carrying their own, but they are surprisingly brave about trying to rescue said captives."
"Sounds good.
"Keep up the good work, Zyriko."
Thank you." She bows her head.
"Of course, my darling Daniel." Just before Daniel does anything else, though, she adds, "Oh,
"Daniel, I should report."
there was an anomaly along the northwest perimeter of the castle town."
"An anomaly?" She nods.
"Intruders were detected, but my golems have found no evidence. It could have been wildlife from the lake, but I can't say it's not actual intruders. I simply can't find them if they are. Continue to operate with the assumption that there are intruders on the grounds. Try not to cause a panic, but see if you can run a quick census on the villagers and search the town. Is there any way they could get into the castle?"
"By force, no.
"Not without breaking my barrier."
However,
"If they captured a hostage."
I understand."
"All the more important to account for everyone. Move everyone in the citadel to the control room and inform them of what's going on.
It shall be done.
And, I shall isolate the intruders once they are found. I apologize that I am unable to detect them.
No.
I'm glad you mentioned it. I'd rather play it safe. Once we confirm everyone is safe, we'll sweep the floors one at a time. She nods and vanishes in a teleport. Didn't it take us a couple weeks to navigate this place, Daniel? Asks Hecate. I can't imagine intruders could avoid Zyriko's detection and find whatever they're looking for. And if it's you, you could be anywhere. I can only guess as to their plans. Regardless, they're likely using stealth magic, same as we were. Zyriko's good, but her attention is mostly on the siege. The golems need direct control. Hecate nods as she cups her chin. Rainleaf asks softly, are you certain you don't wish for us to intervene? Not directly. While Zyriko is gathering everyone, let's take another quick flight to see what the supply situation is. They've likely got staging areas set up. Rainleaf smiles and nods.
Can I blow them up? Asks Hecate. The supplies.
I want to blow up the supplies. She adds with a darker tone, I want them to rue the day they attacked my home and my friends. Daniel smirks and nods in agreement. Hecate grins, adding softly, they have to be alive to rue the day, right?
Yes.
Very merciful of you, O great Empress Hecate. Rainleaf laughs in her soft voice, and the young Feldrock girl hums proudly as she stands as tall as her small form allows. I am merciful, aren't I? You'd be a saint if you met the height requirements.
Dash.
Wait a minute. Daniel is already walking away when Hecate whirls to glare at him, and she pounces onto his back, biting his armored shoulder. Gyu cake gak gak, growls the little girl as she gnaws on his armor, though Daniel ignores her. Rainleaf continues to chuckle, following the two of them to the flyway to surveil the siege from the air. For now, Zyriko will gather everyone, which grants them time to undertake the surveillance. Little do they know what lurks in the depths of the citadel. Muindis and his group follow on either side of the humongous corridors as the comparatively tiny and insignificant little goblin woman nervously walks. She seems to know where she's going, and the other squads are following at a distance. Stealth magic is keeping them undetected, though they have to be careful to keep track of their path through the citadel. It's a humongous castle, and like navigating a city, it could be easy to get lost. Especially because many of the long corridors are almost labyrinthian in design, as if to lure in victims and trap them forever. Muindis knows that it's mostly due to their relative size. The castle seems to be meant for dragons, and so, humankin and their goblin hostage are little more than ants. The captain stays in striking range of the goblin, just in case she tries to pull any tricks. As he walks, he notices that the goblin woman doesn't seem to have a shifty air about her. She's simply nervous and afraid, and she only glances back at him to make sure she isn't doing anything wrong in his eyes. Finally, after what feels like hours of walking, ascending long stairwells, and crossing catwalk bridges between interior castle sections, the goblin woman approaches a door.
She knocks, calling out, Master? It's Shek.
Shek needs speak to Master. What's the meaning of this? Hisses Darner. We told you to take us to Daniel. Shek whirls and trembles. She stammers, Shek.
Master. Shek take.
Darner storms close, kicking the goblin woman, and she slams into the wall, crying out. You filthy little monster. Muindis stops Darner from going further. For now, she hasn't betrayed them, and they need her to find wherever Daniel is being held. Muindis understands Darner's anger though. Goblins are typically aggressive and savage creatures. A horde of them can lay waste to a village, in spite of how relatively weak they are. They fight with abandon, every swing meant to be lethal with nothing held back. Seeing this Shek is quite the contradiction. Muindis would kill her in a heartbeat if needed, but for now, she's useful. Shek whimpers, crying from the pain as she clutches her abdomen.
Master. Please help. Shek.
Muindis crouches, still towering over the small woman. We're not looking to meet with Hecate. We're looking for Daniel. We know he was handed over to you goblins by Hecate and the dragons. But we also know he's alive.
Oh, of course alive, whimpers Shek. She coughs.
Shek no eat, she trails off, unable to continue as her stomach pains her. Speak, damn you. Darner kicks her, and Muindis shoves him back. What the hell are you doing? I'm tired of treating this disgusting wretch like it's a person. Do you know what their kind do? My brother and his family lived near the mountains. These things are a pestilence. Be that as it may, we still don't know where Daniel is. SH Shek, SS sorry. Shek try help, she sniffles and whimpers. Suddenly, a thunderous boom startles all of them, and Halbrand cries out as he flops against the wall, his armor caved in over his chest. Several of the Stahlvolten soldiers were forced to their knees by the painful volume of the attack. It possessed all of the power of thunder, but as if it came from directly next to them. Out of the shadows steps an unmistakable visage. It is the knight and apparent darling to Hecate. He draws a sword while still holding a strange short wand made from a square pipe with an angled grip. Smoke is trailing from the end of the wand, and everyone helplessly stares at him, stunned. Thinking quickly, Darner tries to pounce Shek to take her hostage, but a second boom startles everyone, and he cries out as blood sprays. He is thrown to the ground on his back, a flash being the only tell of the terrifying spell. Or, the otherworldly weapon. Muindis, startled by the flash and the cough of fire and smoke, spots a glint in the dim light of the hallways. It's a small, tiny metal canister that pops out of the side of the weapon after the attack. While smaller, it looks just like the canister when Lyanna was brought in to inspect, and which she confirmed is a component of Daniel's otherworldly dragon-slaying weapons. Both Halbrand and Darner seem to be alive, though they are grievously wounded. Perhaps the smaller canisters mean less lethality. Shek, come to me, calls out the mysterious knight. The goblin woman strains, but she manages to get to her feet, ambling as quickly as her injuries will allow, which is quick enough for her to escape Muindis. She cries as she hugs the knight's waist, her head barely reaching his hips.
Master. Shek sorry. SH Shek.
He replies surprisingly gently, it's all right Shek. I'm glad you're all right. She nods, still sobbing into his hip. The knight aims Daniel's weapon at Muindis, growling, that's more than I can say for the lot of you. Shortly before, Daniel and Hecate ride on Rainleaf's back once more, sailing over the siege lines. As expected, mud golems are haplessly marching endlessly into the eastern forces. The golems are akin to robots, but powered by magic, so they have no fear, and they have no qualms about marching fearlessly into death. Because they simply melt into piles of mud upon destruction, they can be shoveled back into the golem-making magic device and turned into new ones, but no one on the enemy's side will try to steal the material for their own purposes. Iron is valuable, and would be relatively desirable to hoard it upon defeating iron golems, even if they are more durable and difficult to defeat. Same goes with even higher-tier golems. Mud golems are completely expendable in the grand scheme of things, and so long as Zyriko can produce them faster than they're destroyed, the enemy will never gain ground on the citadel. Suddenly, a voice rings out in Daniel's helmet.
Daniel.
I can't believe you returned and didn't tell me. He asks audibly, though he suspects they hear him some other way, Ryuo? We were back for like 5 minutes.
I know.
Why didn't you invite us this time? Daniel rolls his eyes. Before he can answer, Zyriko cuts in.
Daniel, we have a problem.
I found the intruders. They have Shek.
Daniel sits up. Shek?
Is she all right? Both Hecate and Rainleaf look back at him.
They have Shek,
asks Hecate.
Where?
Outside of Daniel's room.
Hecate. I'm on it.
Reyna, join us as soon as you can. Hecate stands up, casting teleportation on herself and Daniel. In an instant, they appear in Daniel's room.
Good work.
Now stay here for the beginning. I need to draw out their forces. Once Reyna arrives, you two deal with anyone trying to flank me.
She nods. Be careful. You too.
Reyna, did you get that?
Yes, Mukori.
I am returning as quickly as possible.
Me too, Daniel.
I will aid you in this time of treachery. Thanks, Ryuo. You and Gyra be careful. Ask the others to hold the control room, please. Your wish is my command, Master. Daniel draws his pistol, and he hears Shek cry out. His blood begins to boil. He quickly jogs to the door, listening to the other side. SH Shek, SS sorry. Shek try help. Daniel slides the door open, spotting an archer across the hall. He still has non-lethal rounds loaded, but he doesn't care what happens to these guys now. He aims and fires before the archer notices him, and the soldiers all flinch following the thunderous report of the pistol. As Daniel moves out into the hall to close his door, he studies those around him briefly, drawing Nemasol to act as a sort of magic shield as much as possible. Suddenly, movement catches his eye. One of the Stahlvolten soldiers is trying to grab Shek, and Daniel aims on instinct, firing instantly. Blood sprays as the soldier is toppled. Though non-lethal to a degree, they're still bullets, and he hit pure flesh instead of armor, probably in between one of the armor's joints. Whatever the case, the survival of enemy soldiers is not his priority. It's a goal, but far from a priority. Instead, Daniel cares about one thing right now.
Shek, come to me.
Shek limps, clutching her abdomen as she tries to run, but can move barely quicker than a walk. Still, she is able to escape the immediate proximity of any of the soldiers, and she clings to Daniel's side as she sobs. She tries apologizing, but Daniel reassures her gently.
It's all right, Shek.
I'm glad you're all right. He can feel Shek nod, though her sobs don't grow any softer. Daniel growls with anger filling his voice, but his composure still intact. That's more than I can say for the lot of you. Daniel pivots, dissipating a fireball with Nemasol as the sword crackles. Thankfully, the glow shifts in the presence of magic. He has virtually none, and Shek has very little magic ability. Whichever way the sword is glowing is a pretty good wind gauge to where magic is coming from with battle mages of the Stalvalten Guard. Additionally, as long as he can get the sword close, the spell can be disrupted before it reaches him or Shek. Daniel fires his pistol as the fireball is flaring in reaction to Nemasol, and another soldier cries out. There are several in the direction of the hall where they had Shek, and Daniel pivots again, throwing Nemasol in a horizontal spin. His newly free left hand finds his second pistol, while one of the swordsmen drops his spell to parry Nemasol.
Oh, how unprepared he is.
Nemasol passes through the soldier's sword with ease, even as he swings it down to bat the sword away. He narrowly dodges, taking a brutal slash on his shoulder that nearly claimed his whole arm as the sword passes the group and startles all of them, clanging across the ground as a solid iron blade clangs in alternation, severed cleanly. Daniel now has both of his pistols ready, and he opens fire, changing directions to keep all of the Stalvalten soldiers suppressed.
Hecate.
Can you hear me?
She says yes, Daniel.
Her helmet is protecting her ears.
Good.
Hecate, open the door and get Shek to the control room. There's about 50 of them in total, scattered in the hall and closing in on me. Daniel notices the door slide open, and he keeps firing, shoving Shek towards Hecate. Hecate scoops the goblin woman into the room, closing the door just as quickly as Shek cries out in fear and surprise. Fortunately, she's as safe as can be now. While Daniel is able to incapacitate some of the Stalvalten soldiers, he is forced to take cover from ranged spells as the novelty shock factor wears off for the soldiers. They still flinch during some of the shots, but are able to focus enough to fight back. As the soldiers close in, 3 figures appear near the ceiling, flying at great speed. Daniel easily recognizes them, since they're in their human forms, but with their wings extended. Daniel holds fire as Rainleaf swoops in, sliding on her feet as her mantle flutters around her. She puffs her chest as she takes in a massive breath, and Daniel can see the sparks of magic flickering from behind her high collar that usually hides most of the lower half of her face. She reveals a hand to pull her collar down, and Daniel ducks. Flames roar overhead, filling much of the hall with bright light and burning heat. Many of the soldiers scream and scramble out of the way, while Ryuogriar comes to a hover just ahead of Daniel.
You fools.
You enter these sacred grounds and attack our cherished companions. She waves her hands elegantly, easily intercepting magic spells with barriers as the soldiers try to fight back. She's simultaneously casting several spells, including the barriers. Daniel is then pulled away from Ryuogriar, and a magic barrier appears. Rainleaf takes another breath, and she begins breathing a fire lance that explodes, pops, and crackles against the barriers along the walls. Zyriko is watching over them. That said, it does keep the soldiers pinned to the floor in fear, while their weapons, pulled from their hands and levitated in the air by the eldest of those present, continues chanting spells. Daniel looks to find Gyrahole shielding him with her barrier as she keeps herself low. Shrapnel is spraying across her barrier, and any one of the molten pieces of former weapon could be deadly to Daniel specifically. A dark aura flickers out from Ryuogriar, and almost at once, even Gyrahole's barrier vanishes, while Rainleaf's laser beam-like fire lance wavers and becomes little more than a large flamethrower-like swirl of fire. Rainleaf and Gyrahole both relax, and Ryuogriar lowers into an exquisitely regal posture. One of the soldiers wearily tries to cast a spell, chanting loudly. Daniel places himself between Gyrahole and the soldier with Nemasol drawn. However, nothing happens. Ryuogriar says calmly, "There is no need for that, my beloved Mukori. I have cast a spell that has temporarily created a void of mana here. Since we know that life is not contingent on mana thanks to you, we'll all be fine without it. After all, if I recall correctly, no one else here can breathe fire." The soldiers go on guard. And booms a seemingly all-present young female voice. The air seems to distort in on itself in the middle of the hallway, and a portal opens to somewhere else. From it steps a small figure with big triangular ears and a broad fluffy black tail. Though she looks like a human with features of a fox, she's actually one of the most dangerously powerful beings in the world. Hecate announces as she stands as tall and proud as her small frame allows. Ryuogriar's spell only works on people present at the time. Hecate emphasizes her point by summoning a fireball, twirling it just above her index finger like a basketball with an arrogant smirk.
Now then, adds Hecate.
If you wanted an audience with me, you needed only to ask my chancellor, Zyriko. Wait, she approaches one of the soldiers that was with Shek. I remember you.
Moon D. Right.
Now that she mentions it, Daniel does feel like he recognizes the soldier. Lady Hecate, starts the soldier. Empress Hecate, if you please. I founded my own empire since you were last here, the Fivgal.
Oh, of course, Empress Hecate. I can explain.
I would hope so. You broke into my castle and took one of my people hostage. Then, you tried to kill my darling. I imagine there's a fascinating reason for doing all of that. The soldier hesitates for a moment. He glances at Hecate, and then at Daniel, who is still hidden in his armor. I'm waiting, warns Hecate with a predatory smile.